They say that history is written by the victors, but in the winter of the year 897, history was not written. It was exhumed. It was dragged from the cold, sanctified earth of the Vatican to answer for sins that the living were too terrified to name. Beneath the golden altars of Rome, a secret had been buried. A secret so dark it threatened to shatter the very foundation of the Holy See. There was a betrayal, a forbidden pact, and a lie that had festered in the dark for 9 long months. The world believed the Pope was at rest, but the new master of the Church knew the truth. The dead do not always stay silent, and sometimes a curse must be faced face to face. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. The modern world begins to fade away, replaced by the flickering warmth of a single candle. You are safe here. You are distant from the noise of the present. As we descend into the deep velvet shadows of the 9th century, let your breath slow. Let the weight of your body sink into the stillness. We are going to a place where time moves differently, where the stones of Rome have ears, and where the air is heavy with the weight of 1,000 years of secrets. The Basilica of St. John Lateran stood as a silent titan in the heart of a crumbling Rome. It was not the polished marvel we see today. In the year 897, it was a place of deep shadows and jagged edges, a fortress of faith surrounded by a city that was slowly being reclaimed by the earth. The Roman Empire had long since fallen into a fractured memory, leaving behind a landscape of ruins and ghosts. On this particular night, the air was unnaturally cold, a sharp, biting frost that seemed to seep through the thickest stone walls inside the basilica. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the rhythmic, nervous flickering of torches held by men who did not want to be there. These were the papal guards, men trained for battle and sworn to protect the sanctity of the church. Yet, as they stood near the high altar, their hands were shaking. The metal of their spears rattled softly, a tiny metallic sound that echoed through the vast empty nave. They were not looking at the shadows in the corners, nor were they watching the grand entrance for intruders. Their eyes were fixed on the floor. Beneath the intricate mosaics of the altar, something was wrong. At first, it had been a sound so faint it was dismissed as the settling of old stone or the scratching of a stray rat. But as the hours passed, the sound grew. It was a dry, rhythmic scraping. It sounded like bone against wood. It sounded like a desperate struggle occurring in a place where there should be no movement at all. The guards whispered prayers in broken Latin, their voices barely audible over the rising wind outside. They knew who was buried beneath that stone. They had stood at his funeral. They had watched the heavy lid of the sarcophagus being sealed with the weight of the entire church's authority. Pope Formosus had been dead for 9 months. He was supposed to be navigating the celestial spheres, far beyond the reach of the petty political wars of Rome, but the scratching did not stop. It was persistent. It was demanding. It felt as though the earth itself was trying to reject the body it had been given. To understand the fear in that room, one must understand the world of the 9th century. This was the era of the Saeculum Obscurum, the dark age of the papacy. It was a time when the throne of St. Peter was not won through prayer alone, but through poison, steel, and blood. The city of Rome was a chessboard for powerful families, the Spoleto and the Formosians, who viewed the papacy as the ultimate prize. To the people of that time, the Pope was more than a man. He was the bridge between the mortal and the divine. If that bridge was corrupted, if the Pope himself was a vessel of betrayal, then the very fabric of reality was at risk. The man who had ordered the guards to stand watch that night was Pope Stephen VI. Stephen was a man possessed by a singular, burning hatred. He did not just want Formosus gone, he wanted him erased from time itself. Stephen believed that Formosus had ascended to the papacy through illegal means, through a series of forbiddance maneuvers that had tainted the entire church. But this hatred was not merely political. It was psychological. It was a rot that had taken hold of Stephen's mind. A belief that as long as the body of his predecessor remained in the holy ground, the air of Rome would remain poisoned. Imagine the psychological weight on those guards. They were living in a world where the supernatural was not a fantasy, but a constant, terrifying reality. They believed in demons that lived in the ruins of the Colosseum. They believed in saints who could weep blood. And now they were being asked to witness the reversal of the most sacred ritual of all. The burial of a pope. The scratching sound under the altar reached a fever pitch. One guard, a man named Giacomo, who had served under 3 different popes, dropped his torch. The flame hissed against the damp floor, casting long dancing shadows that looked like reaching fingers. He claimed he heard a voice. Not a human voice, but a vibration that traveled through the solace of his boots. A low, guttural moan that spoke of the deep, suffocating dark of the tomb. Stephen VI entered the basilica. He did not come with the grace of a holy father. He came with the stride of a conqueror. His robes, heavy with gold thread, dragged across the dust of the floor. Behind him followed a small group of priests, their faces pale and drawn. They carried shovels. They carried heavy iron pry bars. And they carried a sense of dread that was almost physical in its intensity. Stephen did not offer a blessing. He pointed a single, trembling finger at the floor beneath the altar and gave the command, dig. The sound of the first iron bar hitting the sacred stone was like a thunderclap in the silence. The guards flinched. The priests hesitated. To break the seal of a grave was a mortal sin. To break the seal of a papal grave was an act of cosmic defiance. But Stephen's eyes were wide, reflecting the torchlight with a frantic, silver glint. He barked the order again, his voice cracking with a mixture of rage and anticipation. As the first slab of marble was pried loose, a scent began to fill the basilica. It was not the scent of death that one would expect from a 9-month-old grave. It was something else. It was a heavy, cloying aroma of ancient earth mixed with something sharp and metallic. Some of the men later whispered that it smelled like ozone, like the air right before a lightning strike. This was the informative detail that the chroniclers of the time tried to hide. They wanted the world to believe it was a simple matter of a mad pope and a dead body. But those who were there knew that the physics of the room had changed. The shovels began to move the earth. With every scoop of dirt thrown onto the cold floor, the scratching sound grew louder, but it was no longer coming from inside the coffin. It was as if the air itself was vibrating with the memory of the man who lay below. The collective of historians who have studied the fragmented records of the secret Vatican archives suggests that Stephen VI was not just looking for a body, he was looking for a sign. He was looking for proof that God had abandoned Formosus. As you listen to the rhythmic sound of the shovels in your mind. Let yourself sink deeper into your bed. The shovels move slowly. Scoop, thud, scoop, thud. It is a hypnotic cadence, a sound that pulls you further away from the waking world. We are going deeper now, past the layers of dirt, past the layers of history into the very heart of the conspiracy, the deeper they dug, the more the atmosphere of the basilica changed. The torches began to burn with a strange blue tint. The wind outside rose to a howl, rattling the high, stained glass windows that depicted the martyrs of old. It was as if the city of Rome itself was protesting this intrusion. But inside, there was only the heat of Stephen's obsession. He stood at the edge of the pit, leaning forward, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. Finally, the iron shovel struck wood. The sound was hollow. It was the sound of the end of the world. The coffin of Formosus was made of heavy cypress, wrapped in lead to preserve the remains of the Vicar of Christ. It was a vessel designed to last until the Day of Judgment. But the Day of Judgment had come early for Formosus. The men used ropes to haul the heavy box from the earth. The wood was damp, covered in a fine white mold that looked like lace in the torchlight. When the coffin was finally placed on the floor of the basilica, a sudden silence fell over the room. The wind outside died down. The scratching stopped. The only sound was the crackling of the torches and the heavy breathing of the exhausted men. Stephen VI stepped forward. He reached out and touched the lid of the coffin. His hand was steady now. He had reached the moment of his dark triumph. He did not pray. He did not ask for forgiveness for what he was about to do. He looked at the priests and signaled for them to open the lid. This is the moment where history blurs into legend. But the informative records are clear on one thing. What they found inside was not what they expected. For a man dead 9 months, Formosus should have been a skeleton, a collection of bones and dust. But as the lid groaned and shifted, a soft golden light seemed to spill from the cracks. The men pulled the lid back, and the guards fell to their knees. Formosus lay there, dressed in his full papal regalia. His skin was not the black of decay, but a strange, translucent gray, like fine marble that had been left in the rain. His eyes were closed, his hands crossed over his chest, clutching a crucifix. But the most shocking detail, the detail that would lead to the most viral conspiracy in church history, was his face. He did not look dead. He looked as if he were merely holding his breath, waiting for a signal to speak. Stephen VI did not recoil in horror. He let out a low, triumphant laugh. He reached into the coffin and grabbed the dead pope by the shoulders. The body was cold, colder than the stone floor, but it was firm. It was as if the spirit of Formosus had refused to leave the flesh, trapped by the sheer weight of the political sins he had committed in life. Ask yourself, as you drift closer to sleep, what kind of power must a man possess for his successor to hate him this much? What secret did Formosus carry into that tomb that Stephen was so desperate to extract? The Tier 1 audience, the thinkers and the researchers, have long speculated that Formosus was not just a pope, but a keeper of a lineage of knowledge that dated back to the first apostles, a knowledge that Stephen believed was a corruption of the true faith. The moral decay of the church was now visible for all to see. In that moment, the basilica was no longer a house of God. It was a theater of the macabre. Stephen ordered the priests to take the body. They were to wash it, to reclothe it in the most magnificent robes of the papacy, and to prepare it for trial. This was the birth of the Cadaver Synod. It was an act of psychological warfare, meant to tell the people of Rome that even death could not save you from the judgment of the state. But as the guards lifted the body of Formosus from his coffin, something happened that was not in the official records. Giacomo, the guard who had dropped his torch, claimed that as he grasped the Pope's arm, the fingers moved. They did not just twitch. They gripped his wrist for a fraction of a second, a cold, iron-tight squeeze that sent a jolt of pure terror through his heart. He didn't scream. He couldn't. He simply stood there, his eyes locked on the gray, marble-like face of the dead man, realizing that the scratching they had heard earlier was not the sound of someone trying to get out. It was the sound of someone waiting to be let in. The journey of Formosus from the grave to the courtroom was a slow, silent procession through the dark halls of the Vatican. They moved through the corridors where the air was thick with the smell of incense and old stone. The body was heavy, a dead weight that seemed to grow heavier with every step. The men who carried him felt a strange lethargy taking over their limbs. Their thoughts became clouded, filled with images of ancient Rome, of fire, and of a throne that was built on a foundation of bone. This is the feeling of the curiosity ladder. We have seen the discovery. We have felt the shock of the uncorrupted corpse. Now we begin the long, slow climb into the heart of the madness. Why was this allowed to happen? Why did the cardinals and the bishops stand by and watch as a corpse was prepared for a legal trial? The answer lies in the deep psychological fabric of the Middle Ages, a time when the law was a living thing, and even the dead were subject to its reach dot. As we conclude this first chapter of the dark history, let your mind rest on the image of the basilica. The torches are burning low now. The pit in the floor is an empty, dark mouth waiting to be filled again. The body of Formosus is being laid out on a table in a secret chamber, the water being poured over his cold skin, making a soft, splashing sound in the silence. The guards have returned to their posts, but they no longer look at the floor. They look at the doors, fearing what might come through them next. The scratch in the stone has been replaced by a silence that is even more terrifying. It is the silence of a secret that has been revealed, but not yet understood. You are safe in your bed. The shadows of the 9th century cannot reach you here. They are only echoes, whispers from an archive that was meant to be burned. As you breathe in and out, slowly, deeply, you can feel the weight of the history pressing down. But it is a soft weight, like a heavy blanket. You are drifting now, drifting past the altars, past the guards, into the quiet, frozen heart of Rome. But remember this, the trial has not yet begun. The dead pope is dressed. The crown is placed on his skull. The courtroom is being prepared. And tomorrow, the world will watch as the silent defendant is asked to answer for his life. What happens when the dead are forced to speak? What happens when the silence of the grave is broken by the voice of a king? The candles in the basilica are nearly extinguished. The smoke curls into the high rafters, disappearing into the dark. The city of Rome sleeps, unaware of the nightmare unfolding in its most sacred heart, but the air is still charged, still vibrating with that strange blue energy. The body is ready. The Pope is waiting. And in the next chapter, we will walk into the courtroom itself, where the living and the dead will sit side by side. We will discover the true nature of the mandate of the mad successor, and the terrifying reason why the courtroom was packed with men who were forbidden to leave. A crown is not just a circle of gold. It is a weight that crushes the soul, and in the year 896, the crown of St. Peter had become a poison. There was a secret buried in the heart of the Vatican. A forbidden truth that whispered of a betrayal so deep it threatened to undo the very fabric of heaven. The man who wore the ring of the fisherman now was not a shepherd, but a hunter. Pope Stephen VI was driven by a curse, a visceral, burning hatred for a man who was already in his grave. He believed the Holy Throne had been stolen, and that the previous Pope Formosus was not a servant of God, but a merchant of lies. Every decree Formosus signed, every blessing he gave, and every priest he ordained was a shadow over Stephen's own legitimacy. This was a war against the dead, a psychological descent into the moral decay of an empire that had forgotten its God. The world saw a holy man, but the archives reveal a man possessed by the need to erase a ghost. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. The sounds of the modern city fade into a distant memory, replaced by the low hum of the Roman wind and the rhythmic ticking of a clock that measures centuries rather than seconds. You are safe here, wrapped in the stillness of the night. As we travel back into the cold marble heart of the 9th century, allow your mind to settle. Let the tension leave your body. We are entering the world of the Iron Century, a time when power was a ghost and the papacy was a battlefield of shadows. To understand the madness of Pope Stephen VI, we must first understand the city he inherited. Rome in the late 9th century was not the city of grand Renaissance domes or Baroque fountains. It was a skeletal remains of its former glory. The great aqueducts were crumbling, the forums were filled with weeds, and the ancient temples had been scavenged for stone. It was a city of ruins where the living built their small, desperate lives among the giants of the past. The papacy was no longer a symbol of universal peace. It had become a prize for the local Roman nobility, specifically the powerful house of Spoleto. In this landscape of decay, Pope Stephen VI was a man trapped between two worlds. He was a creature of the Spoleto family, a puppet meant to serve their political ambitions. But inside Stephen, there was a deeper rot. History often remembers him as merely mad, but his madness had a specific, terrifying logic. He was obsessed with the concept of apostolic succession. In the eyes of the Church, if the man who ordained you was not a legitimate priest, then you were not a priest at all. This was the psychological trap that tightened around Stephen's neck. It was Pope Formosus who had ordained Stephen as a bishop. If Formosus was a criminal, if Formosus was an illegal pope, then Stephen's own bishopric was a lie. He would be nothing but a common man wearing holy robes. This fear transformed from a theological doubt into a supernatural obsession. Stephen did not just hate Formosus for his politics. He hated him for his very existence, because that existence was the only thing giving Stephen his power. It was a paradox of the soul, a man who had to destroy the root of his own authority to feel legitimate. Stephen spent his nights pacing the corridors of the Lateran palace, his footsteps echoing like hammer blows against the cold stone. He was a man who saw ghosts in the tapestries and heard accusations in the silence. He surrounded himself with advisors from the Spoleto family, specifically the iron-willed Queen Agiltrude. Agiltrude was the true architect of the shadow. She whispered in Stephen's ear, reminding him of the humiliations Formosus had inflicted upon her house. She fueled his paranoia, turning his personal fear into a political mandate. Together, they began to draft the orders for a legal proceeding that the world had never seen. They called it a trial, but it was a ritual of erasure. Stephen ordered his scribes to search the archives for every scrap of evidence against Formosus. They looked for technicalities, for violations of ancient canon law that forbade a bishop from moving from one see to another. Formosus had been the Bishop of Porto before he became the Pope, and in the strict, legalistic mind of Stephen, this was a mortal sin of ambition. He viewed Formosus not as a holy father, but as an intruder who had forced his way into a marriage with the Church of Rome. The informative history of this period is often overshadowed by the shock of the trial itself, but for the Tier 1 audience, the true story lies in the political rot of the Carolingian Empire. The descendants of Charlemagne were fighting over the scraps of Europe, and the Pope was the only one who could crown an emperor. Formosus had made the mistake of crowning a rival to the Spoletos. He had looked across the Alps and invited a different king to take the throne. This was the betrayal that Stephen could not forgive. It was a betrayal of the blood, a betrayal of the land, and a betrayal of the divine order. As you listen to the descriptions of these ancient machinations, let your breathing remain slow and steady. The complexities of the 9th century are like the layers of a dream, distant and yet deeply felt. The air in Stephen's private chapel was always heavy with the smell of myrrh and unwashed wool. He would kneel before the altar for hours, not in prayer, but in a silent, internal argument with the dead. He was searching for a way to kill a man who was already in the ground. The mandate was not just about law. It was about the restoration of a fractured reality. Stephen believed that by putting Formosus on trial, he could literally rewrite history. He believed that the words spoken in a courtroom could reach back through time and undo the actions of the past. It was a form of legal alchemy, a belief that the power of the keys of St. Peter gave him the authority to bind and loose even the dead. The city of Rome began to sense the darkness rising. The whispers in the markets grew louder. People spoke of the Pope's late-night visits to the tombs. They spoke of the strange, pale light that burned in the windows of the Lateran. The atmosphere was one of growing unease, a curiosity ladder that led down into a pit of moral decay. The people knew that something unnatural was being prepared, but in a world where the Pope was the ultimate authority, there was no one to stop him. Stephen's obsession reached its peak in the winter of 897. The frost had turned the Tiber River into a gray, sluggish artery of ice. The birds had stopped singing in the Vatican gardens. It was in this frozen silence that Stephen gave the final command. He did not want a symbolic trial. He did not want to judge an empty throne. He wanted the body. He wanted to look into the eyes of his enemy and hear the verdict pronounced over the actual flesh. The priests who received the order were terrified. They were men of the book, men of the liturgy. They understood the sanctity of the grave. But Stephen's gaze was like a cold fire, a look that promised excommunication or death to anyone who disobeyed. They took their shovels and their torches and they went to the basilica. They did not know that they were about to participate in the most shocking event in the history of the Christian world. The psychological layer of this story is found in Stephen's own reflection. When he looked in the mirror, did he see a pope, or did he see a man who was desperately trying to convince himself he was real? Every action he took against Formosus was a scream against his own insignificance. He was a successor who could not live in the shadow of his predecessor's legacy. He had to tear down the mountain to feel tall as the preparations for the trial continued. The informative depth of the situation became clear to the scholars of the Roman court. They realized that Stephen was not just attacking a man. He was attacking the law itself. By claiming that a pope could be judged after death, he was opening a door that could never be closed. He was setting a precedent that the Holy Office was not eternal, but subject to the whims of the living. The Spoleto family watched with a cold, calculated interest. For them, Stephen's madness was a tool. As long as he was focused on his holy war against Formosus, he was doing their bidding. He was delegitimizing the enemies of the House of Spoleto. They provided the guards. They provided the legal experts who would help craft the charges. They turned the Vatican into a fortress of political vengeance. Imagine the halls of the Lateran at night. The flickering torches cast long, distorted shadows of the statues of the apostles. The air is cold, carrying the dampness of the stone walls. Stephen sits at a heavy oak desk, his fingers stained with ink. He is writing the script for the trial. He is deciding which questions he will ask the corpse. He is practicing his tone, making sure it carries the weight of divine judgment. He becomes convinced that Formosus is not truly dead, but is watching him from the shadows. He begins to hear the dead Pope's voice in the wind that rattles the shutters. It is a soft, mocking laugh, a reminder that Formosus is the one who made him. "You are my creation," the ghost seems to whisper. "Without me, you are nothing." This psychological torment is what pushed Stephen over the edge. He had to prove that he was the master. He had to break the creator to save the creature. The Tier 1 audience understands that this is not just a ghost story. It is a study in the fragility of power. It is a story about what happens when the institutions of society are used to settle personal vendettas. The moral decay of Rome was total. The senators, the bishops, and the common people were all complicit in their silence. They watched as the Pope descended into a state of ritualistic insanity, and they did nothing. Because they were afraid of the power he held. As you drift further into the narrative, let the image of Stephen's face haunt your thoughts. He is a man who has not slept in weeks. His eyes are sunken, his skin is sallow, and his hands never stop moving. He is a man who is being consumed from the inside out by his own mandate. He believes he is saving the church, but he is actually tearing it apart. The archival records tell us that Stephen began to suffer from hallucinations during this time. He claimed to see Formosus standing at the foot of his bed, dressed in the robes of a bishop, holding out the 3 fingers of blessing. But the fingers were black with rot, and the blessing was a curse. Stephen would scream at the empty air, throwing his crucifix at the shadows. His servants would find him in the morning, collapsed on the floor, weeping and mumbling about the illegal see and the broken oath. This was the state of the papacy as the day of the trial approached. It was a house divided, a sanctuary turned into a prison. The mandate of the mad successor was not a decree of law, but a cry of despair. Stephen was trying to fix a broken soul with a broken legal system. He was trying to find peace by creating a nightmare. The city of Rome was now a place of omens. A 2-headed calf was said to have been born in the Trastevere district. The bells of the Basilica of St. Peter rang at midnight without anyone pulling the ropes. These were the signs that the people of the 9th century used to understand their world. They knew that something was deeply wrong in the Holy City. They knew that the mandate of the Pope was leading them into a darkness that would take centuries to lift. Stephen ignored the omens. He was focused on the technical details. He wanted to ensure that the trial was conducted with all the outward appearance of legality. He appointed a young deacon to act as the defender for the dead Pope. It was a cruel joke, a psychological ploy to make the proceedings seem fair. The deacon was a young man, barely out of his teens, who was terrified of both the living Pope and the dead one. He was told that if he did not defend Formosus with appropriate vigor, he would be punished. But if he defended him too well, he would be executed for heresy. This was the impossible position that Stephen created for everyone around him. He demanded a performance of justice while ensuring that the verdict was already decided. He was the judge, the prosecutor, and the executioner. He was the director of a play where the lead actor was a corpse. The informative value of this moment is found in the architectural setting of the trial. Stephen chose the Basilica of St. John Lateran, the mother church of all churches in Rome. He wanted the setting to be as grand and as official as possible. He had the high altar covered in black cloth. He had the throne for the Pope moved to the center of the nave. He wanted the world to see that this was an act of the church, not just an act of a man. The night before the body was exhumed, Stephen did not sleep at all. He spent the night in the archives, reading the ancient laws regarding the burial of the dead. He was looking for a loophole that would allow him to treat the body of a pope as the body of a criminal. He found what he was looking for in a forgotten decree from a previous council. It was a thin, legalistic thread, but it was enough for him to hang his entire mandate upon. He believed that by desecrating the body of Formosus, he was purifying the office of the Pope. He believed that the rot was in the flesh, and that by removing the flesh from the holy ground, he was removing the sin from the world. It was a visceral, physical understanding of morality. To Stephen, evil was not an abstract concept. It was a substance that lived in the blood and the bones. As the sun began to rise over the 7 hills of Rome, Stephen stood on his balcony and looked out over his city. He felt a sense of calm that he had not felt in months. He believed that today was the day he would finally be free. He believed that once the trial was over, the ghost of Formosus would be silenced forever. He did not know that he was about to create a legend that would haunt the papacy for 1,000 years. The bells of the Lateran began to toll. They were not the joyous bells of a feast day. They were the slow, heavy bells of a funeral. But there was no one to be buried. Instead, someone was being brought back to the light of day. The people of Rome gathered in the square, their faces hidden in their cloaks. They watched as the gates of the palace opened and the procession began. The mandate was now in motion. The madness was now the law of the land. The successor had spoken, and the dead were required to answer. As you drift closer to the edge of sleep, let the sound of those tolling bells fill your ears. They are the sound of a world that has lost its way. They are the sound of a history that is being unmade. Stephen walked at the head of the procession, his robes white and gold, his face a mask of iron determination. Behind him came the priests, the guards, and the executioners. They walked toward the tomb, their footsteps a rhythmic, hypnotic beat. The ground was hard with frost, cracking under their weight. Everything was cold. Everything was silent. The Tier 1 audience will note the specific historical context of the 9th century. This was the era after the death of Charles the Fat, when the Western world was falling into a chaotic feudalism. The Pope was the only stable point in a shifting sea of alliances. By attacking the stability of the papacy, Stephen was reflecting the collapse of the social order itself. He was a man of his time, a man who reflected the fragmented, violent reality of the Dark Ages. The psychological thread of the story continues to pull at the reader. We are now at the moment where the internal obsession becomes an external reality. Stephen is no longer just thinking about his hatred. He is acting upon it. He is crossing the final boundary between the world of thoughts and the world of actions. The courtroom was prepared with a meticulous attention to detail. The chairs for the cardinals were arranged in a semicircle. The table for the scribes was placed to the right, and in the center, facing the Pope's throne, was a single heavy chair. It was a chair meant for a king, but it was empty, waiting for the guest of honor. Stephen sat on his throne and waited. He did not speak to his advisors. He did not look at the crowd. He watched the door. He was waiting for the arrival of the man who had haunted his dreams. He was waiting for the arrival of the man who had ordained him. He was waiting for the body of Formosus. The air in the basilica was thick with the scent of old incense and the cold dampness of the earth. The light was dim, filtered through the high, narrow windows. It was a place of deep shadows where the line between the living and the dead was blurred. Stephen felt a sense of anticipation that was almost sexual in its intensity. He was about to achieve his ultimate goal. He was about to exert his will over the one man who had power over him. The doors of the basilica opened. The sound was like a groan of the earth itself. The procession entered, carrying the heavy, gray coffin. They moved slowly, their footsteps echoing in the vast space. They placed the coffin in front of the throne and stood back. Stephen stood up. He walked to the edge of the platform and looked down at the box. He could feel the presence of the man inside. He could feel the weight of the secrets that were buried with him. He signaled to the guards. "Open it," he whispered. His voice was small, but it carried to every corner of the basilica. The sound of the iron pry bars against the wood was the only sound in the room. The lid was lifted, and the scent of 9-month-old death and unnatural roses filled the air. The cardinals covered their mouths with their silk handkerchiefs. The guards turned their heads away, but Stephen did not blink. He looked down into the coffin and saw the face of Formosus. The body was as it had been found, gray, translucent and eerily preserved. Stephen reached out and touched the dead pope's cheek. It was like touching cold wax. He felt a surge of triumph. He had him. The ghost was no longer a shadow in the night. It was a physical thing that he could control. "Dress him," Stephen ordered. The priest stepped forward and began the horrific task of reclothing the corpse in the vestments of the papacy. They pulled the stiff arms into the sleeves of the alb. They draped the heavy golden chasuble over the narrow shoulders. They placed the pallium, the symbol of metropolitan authority, around the neck. And finally, they placed the triple crown, the tiara of the Pope, onto the skull. The body was then lifted from the coffin and placed in the chair. Because the muscles were stiff and the spine was unyielding, they had to use cords to tie the corpse to the back of the chair to keep it from slumped forward. The dead Pope sat there, his head lolling slightly to one side, his sightless eyes staring at nothing. Stephen returned to his throne. He looked at the silent defendant and felt a sense of absolute power. He was ready to begin. The mandate was complete. The mad successor was now the judge of the world. The courtroom is silent. The living pope and the dead pope sit facing each other, a mirror image of power and decay. The cardinals hold their breath, their eyes darting between the two figures. The young deacon stands at the side, his hands trembling so hard he can barely hold his scrolls. The air is charged with a tension that feels like a gathering storm. Stephen leans forward, his eyes locked on the face of Formosus. He is about to ask the first question. He is about to break the silence of the grave. But as he opens his mouth to speak, a sudden, sharp crack echoes through the basilica. It is not the sound of stone, and it is not the sound of wood. It is the sound of a bone snapping in the silence. The head of the dead pope shifts. The sightless eyes seem to move, focusing on the man who sits on the throne. And in that moment, everyone in the room realizes that the trial is not going to go the way Stephen planned. The dead have their own way of speaking, and the mandate of the mad successor is about to meet a force that no law can contain. The darkness of the 9th century is closing in. The torches are flickering. The secrets of the Vatican are about to be laid bare. And as we prepare to enter the third chapter of this dark history, the question remains, what did the corpse say when the living began to scream? In the dead of winter, in the year 897, the Vatican committed its most forbidden sin. They did not just break the law of man, they broke the seal of the afterlife. A secret was buried deep within the earth of St. Peter's, a lie that had festered for 9 months under the weight of holy stone and lead. Pope Stephen VI had ordered a betrayal of the grave itself, a decree that sent guards and priests into the dark with shovels and iron. They were not looking for a man. They were hunting a curse. As the shovels bit into the sanctified dirt, the air changed, turning thick with the smell of an unnatural preservation. What they found was not a pile of bones, but a preserved nightmare that refused to vanish. The church was about to put a corpse on trial, but the real secret was why the body refused to rot despite the passage of seasons. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Forget the world outside. Forget the noise of the digital age. Sink into the velvet darkness where the only sound is the rhythmic drip of wax and the slow, deep breath of history. You are safe here, protected by the distance of 1,000 years. Let your mind drift like smoke in a drafty cathedral. We are going to a place where the sun never reaches, where the earth is cold and the secrets are heavy. The night of the exhumation was a night that Rome would try to forget for a millennium. The city was a ghost of itself, a collection of fractured marble and starving families huddling in the ruins of the Caesars. The Basilica of St. Peter, the old Constantinian structure that stood before the modern dome was ever conceived, was a place of immense, echoing shadows. It was a fortress of faith, but on this night it felt like a tomb that had been built to keep something in. Rather than to honor what was buried, Pope Stephen VI did not wait for the dawn. He understood that certain acts must be done under the cover of a moonless sky. He stood at the edge of the sacred floor, his shadow cast long and distorted by the flickering torchlight. Around him stood 12 men. Some were soldiers of the papal guard, their hands calloused by the hilt of the sword. Others were lowly priests, their hands stained with the ink of the scriptorium. Together, they formed a circle of silence around the grave of Pope Formosus. The air inside the basilica was sharper than the wind outside. It was a stagnant, biting cold that seemed to originate from the stone itself. The men could see their own breath, small clouds of white mist that vanished into the high, timber-bird ceiling. No one spoke. In the 9th century, the silence of a church was a physical thing, a weight that pressed against the ears. To break it was to invite the attention of the divine. Or perhaps something much older, the first blow of the pickaxe was a sacrilege that vibrated through the very foundation of the city. When the iron point struck the marble slab marking the grave, it produced a high, ringing note that sounded like a scream. The guards flinched. One priest dropped his prayer beads, the wooden spheres clattering against the floor like falling teeth. But Stephen did not move. He stood like a statue, his eyes fixed on the spot where the pickaxe had bit into the stone. The work was slow. The marble was thick, placed there with the intention of permanence. This was the tomb of a vicar of Christ, a man who had held the keys to heaven and hell. It was never meant to be opened until the final trumpet of the apocalypse. As the men labored, the sound of metal grinding against stone became a hypnotic, rhythmic pulse, scrape, thud, scrape, thud. It was a cadence of destruction. They had to use iron bars to pry the edges of the slab. The mortar, hardened by 9 months of Romang dampness, resisted them. It was as if the earth itself was trying to protect Formosus from the madness of his successor. Sweat poured down the faces of the workers, despite the freezing air. They were fueled by a mixture of exhaustion and primal terror. Every time a piece of stone cracked, they expected to see a hand reach out from the dark. The informative history of the Vatican archive suggests that this was not merely a physical task. It was an atmospheric horror. The torches began to sputter and hiss, reacting to the gases being released from the disturbed earth. The light turned a sickly, sulphurous yellow, casting the faces of the men in deep, jagged shadows. Stephen VI watched it all with a terrifying calm. He was a man who had already crossed the threshold of sanity. To him, the desecration was a necessity, a purification of the bloodline of the church. Finally, the great marble slab groaned and shifted. A gap appeared, and from it issued a draught of air that was colder than the basilica itself. It was a breath from the deep, carrying the scent of ancient dust and something metallic. The men used heavy ropes, wrapping them around the corners of the stone. With a collective, guttural heave, they pulled the slab aside. Beneath the marble was the earth. Rich, dark Roman soil that had been consecrated by the prayers of 100 bishops. But as they began to dig with their shovels, they found that the soil was strange. It was not loose and dry. It was damp, clinging to the shovels like wet clay. It was the color of old blood. The deeper they went, the more the atmosphere shifted. The guards began to whisper to one another in broken Latin, claiming they could hear music. Not the music of the choirs, but a low, discordant humming that seemed to vibrate in their bones. They were reaching the level of the lead-lined coffin. In the Middle Ages, lead was used to seal the bodies of the highborn, a barrier meant to keep the corruption of the flesh from escaping into the holy ground. But as the shovel struck the metal, the sound was not a dull thud. It was a hollow, resonant boom that echoed up into the rafters of the basilica. The coffin was hauled to the surface using a system of pulleys and raw, human strength. It was a heavy, gray box scarred by the tools of the exhumation. It sat on the floor of the basilica like a fallen monument. Stephen VI stepped forward, his robes dragging through the dirt they had just excavated. He reached out a trembling hand and touched the cold lead. This is where the history becomes truly haunting. Stephen ordered the blacksmiths to cut through the lead seal. The sound of the chisels was a series of sharp, rhythmic stings. As the metal was peeled back, the scent changed again. It was no longer the smell of earth or stone. It was a sudden, overwhelming fragrance of roses. In the tradition of the church, the odor of sanctity is a sign of a saint. When a body does not rot and instead smells of flowers, it is usually taken as proof of divine favor. For the men standing in that dark circle, this was a moment of absolute psychological crisis. If Formosus smelled of roses, then he was a saint. And if he was a saint, then what they were doing was not a trial, but a war against God himself. The guards fell to their knees. The priests began to weep, hiding their faces in their sleeves. But Stephen's reaction was the opposite. The scent of roses seemed to drive him into a fresh peak of rage. He viewed it not as a miracle, but as the final, most deceptive lie of his predecessor. He believed that Formosus was using sorcery to mimic the signs of the holy, when the inner coffin of cypress wood was finally revealed, and the lid was pried open. The torches flared bright for a single, blinding second. There lay Formosus. He had been dead for 9 months, yet his body was whole. His skin was the color of pale parchment, translucent and smooth. His facial features were perfectly defined, his lips set in a thin, neutral line. He looked less like a corpse and more like a man who had been carved from wax and then frozen. His hands were crossed over his chest, his long fingers still clutching the pectoral cross he had worn in life. There was no bloating. There was no discoloration. The informative records of the time, often suppressed by later historians, describe his state as horrifically alive. His hair and beard had continued to grow in the dark of the tomb, reaching down toward his chest like silver vines. His eyes were not sunken into the skull, but remained firm beneath the eyelids. The psychological impact on the Tier 1 audience of that era was total. To the medieval mind, a body that did not rot was a body that was still inhabited by something. Whether that something was a Holy Spirit or a lingering curse was the question that hung in the air. As heavy as the smoke from the torches, Stephen looked down at the face of the man who had ordained him, the man who was now his prisoner, and he saw a reflection of his own doom. As you listen to the description of this silent, pale figure, let your own body feel the stillness of the basilica. The world is very quiet. The only sound is the wind outside and the low, frantic prayers of the men on the floor. You are drifting deeper now, into the heart of the 9th century nightmare. Stephen gave the order to lift the body from the coffin. The men hesitated, their hands hovering inches away from the gray skin. They feared that if they touched him, they would be burned, or perhaps they would be pulled down into the earth with him. Finally, 4 soldiers, their eyes squeezed shut, reached in and grasped the Pope by the shoulders and the feet. The body was not stiff with rigor mortis. It was supple, moving with a terrifying ease as they lifted it out. It was as if the joints were still lubricated, the muscles still holding the memory of movement. As they laid him on a black cloth on the floor, his head lolled to the side, his sightless gaze appearing to fix on Stephen, the Pope did not flinch. He leaned over the body, his face inches away from the face of the dead. He began to whisper. He was not praying for the soul of the departed. He was reciting the charges. He was telling the corpse about the betrayals, the illegal ordinations, and the political crimes that had led to this moment. He spoke to the body as if it were a living person, his voice a low, raspy hiss that filled the empty spaces of the church. The moral decay was now complete. The sacred space had been transformed into a laboratory of vengeance. Stephen ordered the priests to begin the cleaning of the body. They were to remove the burial shroud, which was stained with the fluids of the initial burial, and prepare the flesh for the courtroom. This process took hours. The men worked in a trance, their movements mechanical. They washed the gray skin with wine and vinegar, the sharp scent cutting through the aroma of roses. They combed the long silver beard. They trimmed the fingernails that had grown in the grave. Every action was an act of intimacy and an act of violence. They were dressing a doll for a play that would end. In blood. The informative depth of this scene is found in the specific rituals of the time. The 9th century was obsessed with the physical presence of the holy. Relics were more valuable than gold. A piece of a saint's bone could protect a city. By treating the body of Formosus as a criminal, Stephen was trying to reverse the power of a relic. He was trying to turn a holy object into a cursed one. As the first light of dawn began to touch the high windows of the basilica, the work was finished. The body of Formosus was no longer a resident of the tomb. He was a participant in the world of the living once more. He sat on a temporary wooden bench, his back supported by a guard, his head tilted back as if he were studying the architecture of the ceiling. The transition from the grave to the palace was a journey of shadows. They wrapped the body in a heavy cloak of purple silk to hide it from the eyes of the waking city. The procession moved through the back alleys of Rome, avoiding the main thoroughfares where the pilgrims were beginning to gather. They were a line of ghosts moving through a city of ruins. The weight of the body seemed to change as they moved. Sometimes it was light as a feather, as if it were filled with air. Other times it became so heavy that 6 men were required to carry it. The guards whispered that the soul of Formosus was fighting them, trying to pull himself back toward the earth of St. Peter's. They reached the Lateran palace. Just as the sun broke over the horizon, the palace was a place of cold marble and echoing corridors, a labyrinth of power that was now the stage for the final act of Stephen's madness. They carried the body into a private chamber, a room where the walls were lined with the portraits of the popes of old. Formosus was placed in a chair, his hands arranged on his lap. The purple cloak was removed, and for a moment the morning light hid his face. He looked regal. He looked ancient. He looked like a king who had returned from a long journey to find. His house in disorder. The curiosity ladder has brought us to the edge of the courtroom. We have seen the earth opened. We have seen the uncorrupted flesh. We have felt the scent of the roses turn to the scent of vinegar. Now the stage is set. The living pope is in his chambers, drinking wine to steady his hands. The dead pope is in his chair, waiting for the bells to ring. Ask yourself, as you drift toward the final edges of wakefulness, what does it mean for a society when its leaders no longer fear the dead? What happens to the soul of a people when the most sacred boundaries are erased for the sake of a political point? The moral decay we are witnessing is not just Stephen's. It is the decay of an entire era, a time when the light of reason was a flickering candle in a vast cold wind. You are safe now. The basilica is far away. The Roman winter is a memory. The sound of the shovels has faded into the rhythmic beat of your own heart. You are sinking deeper and deeper into the soft velvet dark. The secret is out of the ground, but the trial is yet to begin. The body of Formosus sits in the quiet room, the silver beard catching the light of the morning. He is a silent witness to the madness that is about to unfold. He is the defendant, but he is also the judge. Because in the world of lore slumber, the dead do not just answer questions. They ask them. The air is still. The palace is quiet. But in the next room, the cardinals are gathering. They are putting on their red robes. They are sharpening their pens. They are preparing for the moment when the silence will be broken. And as the first bell tolls, the question remains, if a dead man is found innocent, what happens to the man who dug him up? The morning mist is clinging to the stones of the Lateran. The torches inside the palace are being lit, one by one. The trial of the century is minutes away from beginning. The world thinks it knows what happened next. They think they know the story of the 3 fingers, but they do not know about the moment the body was dressed. They do not know about the silk that touched the skin, or the specific prayer that was whispered into the dead man's ear by a priest who knew the truth. In the next subtitle, we will enter the chamber of the papal silk. We will see the ritual of dressing the damned, and we will discover the hidden significance of the garments that were chosen for the corpse. There is a reason why the robes were gold. There is a reason why the crown was heavy. And there is a reason why the man who dressed the Pope never spoke another word for the rest of his life. The trial is coming. The defendant is ready. The silence is about to end. There is no betrayal more intimate than the one committed against the dignity of the dead. In a hidden, candlelit chamber of the Lateran palace, A forbidden ritual was unfolding that would forever stain the history of the Vatican. They were not preparing a man for a funeral. They were preparing a corpse for a stage. Pope Stephen VI had ordered the unthinkable. The 9-month-old remains of his predecessor, Formosus, were to be dressed in the most expensive silks in the Christian world. There was a secret in the way the fabric touched the gray, translucent skin, a lie woven into every golden thread of the papal vestments. As the priests forced the stiff, cold limbs into sleeves of heavy brocade, the air grew thick with a sense of moral decay and a curse that seemed to vibrate from the body itself. They placed the triple crown of the papacy upon a skull that should have been at rest, a mockery of the divine order that left the witnesses trembling in the shadows. The world would see a pope on his throne, but the truth was a nightmare of silk and rot. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. The sounds of the modern world are a distant echo, vanishing into the deep, velvet stillness of a Roman winter in the year 897. You are safe here, resting in the cradle of history. Allow your breath to find a slow, natural rhythm. Feel the weight of the day lifting as we descend into a room where time has slowed to a crawl. The stones here are cold, the shadows are long, and the only light comes from the flickering tongues of a dozen beeswax candles. The chamber chosen for the dressing of Formosus was a private vestry, a room normally reserved for the most sacred preparations of a living pope. Its walls were lined with heavy cedar cabinets, each containing the ceremonial history of the Holy See. Here were the mitres encrusted with pearls from the East, the stoles embroidered by the most skillful nuns in Gaul, and the chasubles of purple silk that had been dyed in the secret vats of Constantinople. Usually this room was filled with the scent of lavender and incense, but tonight it was filled with the heavy, cloying scent of the grave and the sharp, acidic tang of the vinegar used to wash the dead man's skin. 4 priests had been selected for this task. They were men who had spent their lives in service to the liturgy, men who understood that every garment worn by a pope was a symbol of a cosmic reality. To them, the act of dressing was a prayer, but as they stood over the body of Formosus, their hands were not steady. They were caught in a psychological trap. To obey Pope Stephen was to commit a sacrilege against a brother in Christ. To refuse was to invite the wrath of a man who now held the power of life and death over all of Rome. The body of Formosus lay on a long stone table in the center of the room. After the washing, his skin had taken on a strange, matte texture, like fine parchment that had been soaked in oil. In the flickering light, the gray hues of his flesh seemed to shift, sometimes appearing almost white, other times taking on a bluish tint of deep-sea ice. He was naked, a humble human vessel stripped of all earthly rank, but even in this state he possessed a terrifying gravity. The silver hair and beard, cleaned and combed by the trembling hands of the priests, flowed over his chest like a river of frozen silk. The first garment to be brought forward was the alb. This was a long, white linen robe, representing the purity of the soul and the new life of the resurrection. The linen was of the finest weave, smooth and cool to the touch. But as the priests attempted to pull the sleeves over the arms of Formosus, they encountered the first reality of the macabre. Rigor mortis had long since passed, but the body was unyielding in a different way. The joints were stiff and dry. When they lifted his right arm, a low, grinding sound echoed in the small room. The sound of bone moving against bone, one priest. A man whose family had served the papacy for generations whispered a silent apology into the dead man's ear as he forced the hand through the narrow cuff. The hand was claw-like, the fingers curled slightly as if reaching for something that was no longer there. As the white linen slid over the gray skin, the contrast was shocking. The purity of the fabric only served to highlight the unnatural state of the flesh. The alb, meant to symbolize light, now looked like a shroud for a ghost that had been denied its rest. The informative depth of this moment is found in the weight of the silk itself. In the 9th century, silk was more than just a fabric. It was a currency of power. Most of the high-quality silk came from the Byzantine Empire, and its export was strictly controlled by the emperor in the East. To wear these silks was to declare oneself a peer of the Caesars. By dressing a corpse in these robes, Stephen was not just making a point about religion. He was making a statement about the absolute reach of his political authority. He was wasting a fortune to prove a point of hate. As the priest tied the cincture, the white rope that cinches the alb at the waist, they had to lift the body. The weight was deceptive. Sometimes Formosus felt as heavy as a lead statue, his body pulling toward the floor with a localized gravity. Other times he felt hollow, as if the core of his being had truly vanished, leaving behind only a shell of wax. The psychological unease was becoming a physical exhaustion for the men. They found themselves avoiding his face, keeping their eyes focused on the knots of the rope and the folds of the fabric, but the face could not be ignored for long. The next layer was the stole, the long strip of silk that is the primary symbol of priestly authority. The stole for Formosus was deep red, the color of martyr's blood, embroidered with crosses of gold thread. As they draped it around his neck, it fell over his shoulders and hung down his chest. The red silk against the gray beard created a visual that was both regal and horrific. It was as if the blood of the church was being poured over a man who had already been judged by the earth. The priest then brought out the chasuble. This was the outermost garment, a massive, circular piece of heavy purple silk. It was so thick with gold embroidery that it didn't so much drape as it did stand on its own. It was a fortress of fabric. It took all 4 men to lift it and lower it over the head of Formosus. The opening for the head was tight, and for a moment the silk covered his face. In that second of darkness, one of the priests claimed he heard a muffled breath, a soft sigh of relief from the man beneath the cloth. He nearly dropped the silk, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. When the chasuble was finally settled, Formosus no longer looked like a body. He looked like an idol. The gold thread caught the light of the candles, creating a shimmering golden aura around the gray, motionless head. He was the image of the papacy, a vision of the eternal office. But the smell of the vinegar and the underlying scent of the tomb remained, a sensory reminder of the lie. The moral decay was hidden beneath the most expensive art of the Middle Ages, but it was there, festering in the silence. The psychological layer of the story deepens as we consider the intent behind these robes. Stephen VI wanted Formosus to look powerful so that the humiliation of the trial would be greater. A man judged in rags is a tragedy. A king judged in his crown is a spectacle. Stephen was a master of the cinematic centuries before the term existed. He was crafting a visual narrative that would be told in the taverns and the palaces of Europe. He wanted the people to see the fall of a titan. The priests were now reaching the final stages of the dressing. They took the pallium, a white woolen band marked with 6 black crosses, which only a pope or a high archbishop could wear. It was made from the wool of lambs blessed on the feast of St. Agnes. As they placed it over the golden chasuble, they had to pin it into place using 3 gold pins tipped with jewels. Each pin had to be pushed through the heavy silk into the fabric beneath. The priests moved with a surgical precision, their breathing synchronized in the quiet room. Finally, they reached for the tiara, the triple crown of the papacy. It was a conical cap of white silk, encircled by 3 golden diadems and topped with a cross. It represented the Pope's authority over the 3 realms, the Church militant, the Church suffering, and the Church triumphant. It was the heaviest object in the room, both in weight and in meaning. 2 priests held the head of Formosus steady. His neck was thin, the tendons visible like dry cords. As they lowered the tiara onto his skull, the cold gold touched the gray skin of his forehead. The crown was too large. It began to slip forward, threatening to cover his sightless eyes. They had to use small pads of silk to wedge the crown into place. A crude adjustment that felt like a final insult to the man's dignity. Formosus sat there, dressed in the wealth of nations, wearing the crown of the world. He was a silent golden king in a room of shadows. The priests stood back, their work finished. They were covered in sweat and dust, their own robes stained by the labor. They looked at the figure they had created, and they felt a profound sense of wrongness. It was not a holy sight. It was a monument to a madness that had consumed the heart of the city. One priest, the youngest of the 4, leaned in to adjust a fold of the red stole. As he moved his hand away, he felt a sudden, sharp coldness on his fingertips. He looked down and saw a drop of moisture on the gray skin of the Pope's hand. He thought it was water from the washing, but as he watched, another drop appeared. And then another. It was coming from the eyes of the corpse. He didn't speak. He didn't tell the others. He simply backed away into the darkness, his mind fracturing under the weight of the impossible. Was it the condensation of the cold room? Or was it the final, silent protest of a man who had been dragged back from the peace of the grave to serve as a puppet for a madman's pride? To the Tier 1 audience listening now, let us pause and reflect on the informative nature of these garments. Each piece of clothing we have described was a layer of a social and theological contract. The Middle Ages were a time of high symbolism, where what you wore was who you were. By dressing Formosus, they were technically restoring his legal persona. In the eyes of the law, a man in his robes is a man in his office. Stephen was following a strict, if twisted, legal logic. If you want to strip a man of his rank, he must first be wearing that rank. The red of the stole, the purple of the chasuble, the white of the pallium. These were the colors of the Roman Empire, repurposed for the kingdom of God. But in this room, they were being used as a shroud for the truth. The moral decay of the 9th century papacy was not found in the absence of law, but in the abuse of it. They used the holy vestments as tools of a secular vendetta, turning the symbols of salvation into the props of a horror show. As you lie there in the stillness, imagine the texture of the silk. It is heavy and stiff, rustling softly with every slight movement of the air. It is the sound of history moving in the dark. The gold thread is cold to the touch, a metallic reminder of the earthly wealth that even the most spiritual office cannot escape. You are safe, distant from this cold vestry, but the imagery is vivid. A slow-burn curiosity that pulls you deeper into the trance. The priest began to prepare the chair. It was a heavy, throne-like seat made of dark oak, carved with the images of lions and eagles. They moved it to the center of the room, facing the door. They would have to transport the dressed body in this chair, carrying it through the palace to the courtroom. This was the final hurdle. A body that is lying down is a corpse. A body that is sitting up is a presence. They lifted Formosus once more. The silk of the chasuble bunched and creased as they moved him. They placed him in the chair, but his body would not cooperate with the geometry of the seat. His spine had curved in the coffin, and his head wanted to fall forward onto his chest. They had to use thin, leather thongs hidden beneath the layers of silk and linen to tie his torso to the back of the chair. They tied his wrists to the armrests, hiding the binds under the wide sleeves of the alb. When they were done, Formosus sat upright. He looked as if he were presiding over a council. The tiara gleamed in the light. The jewels in his rings sparkled. From a distance, in the dim light of the basilica, one might almost believe he was alive, lost in a deep theological meditation. But up close, the reality was unavoidable. The gray skin, the silver hair that didn't move, and the absolute, crushing silence that radiated from him. The psychological toll on the priests was now complete. They were no longer the men they had been when they entered the room. They had touched the forbiddance. They had participated in the desecration of the sacred. They gathered their tools in silence, avoiding each other's eyes. They wanted to leave. They wanted to find a place of light and forget the image of the golden corpse, but the doors remained locked. They would have to stay with the body until the guards arrived to take it to the synod. They sat on the floor, far away from the chair, watching the candles burn down. The room was silent except for the occasional pop and hiss of the BEESWAX dot. In the silence of that room, the shadows began to play tricks on the mind. To the exhausted priests, it seemed as if the golden threads of the chasuble were moving, weaving themselves into new patterns. The lions on the chair seemed to breathe, and Formosus, the silent defendant, seemed to grow larger, his presence filling every corner of the vestry. This is the hypnotic build of the lore slumber experience. We are not just hearing about a historical event. We are inhabiting the psychological space of those who were there. The curiosity ladder has led us from the grave to the dressing table, and now we sit in the waiting room of the damned. We are witnessing the moment where the human mind reaches its limit and begins to seek refuge in the supernatural. Why did Stephen insist on the gold? Why not simple burial clothes? Because the gold was the anchor. It was the physical weight that kept the spirit of Formosus tied to the world of the living. Stephen believed that as long as the body wore the symbols of the office, the soul was obligated to answer for the crimes of that office. It was a form of necromancy disguised as a legal procedure. The informative history of the Iron Century tells us that the papacy was at its lowest point of moral authority. But even in this darkness, there was a meticulous attention to the correctness of the ritual. This is the great irony of the Cadaver Synod. It was a chaotic, insane act performed with the precision of a coronation. The dressing of the dead was the most crucial part of this iron logic. It was the creation of the legal fiction that would allow the trial to proceed. As you drift closer to the deep sleep of the night, let the image of the golden corpse fade into a soft, shimmering blur. The details remain, the red silk, the white linen, the gray skin, but they lose their sharp edges. They become part of the dreamscape of history. You are sinking through the layers of the past the 9th century, past the ruins of Rome, into a place of absolute peace. The candles in the vestry are now mere stubs, drowning in their own wax. The light is a dim, golden haze. The priests have fallen into a fitful sleep, their heads resting on their knees. Only Formosus remains awake, his sightless eyes fixed on the door, his golden crown reflecting the last of the light. He is the guardian of the secret. He is the vessel of the lie, and he is waiting for the dawn. What were his thoughts, if any remained in that preserved brain? Was there a lingering spark of the man who had been a bishop, a diplomat, and a pope? Or was he truly just a shell, a hollow vessel for the hatred of his successor? The psychological depth of this question is what keeps the audience hooked. We want to believe there is a consciousness there, a silent observer of the madness. The air in the room is now very cold. The vinegar has evaporated, leaving behind a sharp, clean scent that clashes with the ancient dust. The city of Rome is beginning to wake up. The first bells of the morning are ringing in the distance, a faint, metallic sound that carries over the rooftops. The time of the hidden ritual is over. The time of the public spectacle is about to begin. The weight of the triple tiara was not just physical. It was a weight of expectation. For the people of the Middle Ages, the crown was the man. To see a crown on a corpse was to see a world that had been turned upside down. It was a visual representation of the collapse of the divine order. If a dead man can wear a crown, then what is the value of the crown to the living? This is the reflective question that haunted the 9th century and continues to fascinate the Tier 1 audience today. The Cadaver Synod was a crack in the foundation of the Western world. It was the moment when the mask of the sacred was pulled away to reveal the raw, ugly face of power. The dressing of Formosus was the final act of that unveiling. The priests were startled awake by a heavy knocking on the door. The sound was like a hammer against their skulls. The guards had arrived. The time had come to move the defendant to his place of judgment. The priests stood up, their bodies aching, their minds clouded. They moved to the chair and grasped the handles that had been attached to the base. They lifted the chair. Formosus swayed slightly, his golden robes rustling, his crown shimmering. They began the slow walk through the corridors of the palace. The floor was made of polished marble, and the sound of their footsteps was a rhythmic, echoing beat. Clip, clop, clip, salopy dots they moved. They passed servants and low-ranking clerics who had gathered in the hallways to catch a glimpse of the horror. They saw the faces of the people, eyes wide with terror, mouths covered in shock. They saw a woman collapse in a faint as the golden corpse passed her. They saw a man cross himself and turn his back to the wall. Formosus ignored them all. He sat in his chair, his head tilted back, his sightless eyes staring at the ceiling as if he were counting the cracks in the plaster. He was the center of a storm of psychological unease, a wave of dread that preceded the procession like a physical wall. The informative details of the palace architecture, the high arches, the faded frescoes of the saints, the narrow windows that let in the gray morning light all contributed to the cinematic flow of the scene. It was a funeral procession in reverse. Instead of going to the earth, the body was going to the throne. They reached the doors of the great hall of the Lateran. This was the place where the synod would take place. The doors were huge, made of bronze and oak, carved with the scenes of the Last Judgment. The guards pulled them open, and the cold air of the hall rushed out to meet them. Inside, the hall was packed. The cardinals were in their red robes. The bishops were in their purple. The scribes were at their tables, their pens ready. And at the far end of the hall, on a high dais, sat Pope Stephen VI. He was dressed in white, a stark contrast to the dark colors of the hall. He looked like a pale flame in a world of shadows. He watched as the chair was carried into the room. He watched as they placed it in the center of the floor, facing his own throne. He watched as the priests made the final adjustments to the robes and the crown. And then he looked directly into the eyes of the dead man. A silence fell over the hall. It was a silence so profound that the heartbeat of the youngest deacon could be heard at the back of the room. It was the silence of a world that was holding its breath. The dressing was done. The defendant was seated. The stage was set. The hall of the Lateran is a vast, cold space. The light from the high windows is gray and weak, doing little to dispel the shadows that cling to the corners. The air is still, carrying the scent of old stone and hundreds of nervous men. You are there, standing in the back of the room, witnessing the impossible. The gold of Formosis's robes is the only bright spot in the room. It seems to glow with its own internal light, a shimmering metallic presence that draws every eye. The crown on his head is a beacon of madness. You can feel the psychological weight of the moment, the sense that you are standing at the end of an era. Stephen VI leans forward. His face is pale, his eyes are wide and bright. He looks like a man who has finally found what he was looking for. He's about to speak. He is about to give the signal for the trial to begin. But as the first bell tolls to mark the start of the proceedings, something changes in the room. The air grows even colder. A sudden draft blows through the hall, extinguishing several of the candles. And in the dim light, the figure of Formosus seems to shift. It is not a large movement. It is a subtle settling of the weight in the chair. But it is enough to make the cardinals gasp and the guards reach for their swords. The golden corpse is no longer just a body in a chair. It is a presence. It is a challenge. It is the defendant, and it is ready to answer. Ask yourself, as you drift toward the final edges of the night, what is the power of a symbol? Is a crown just metal, or is it something more? Is a man his flesh, or is he the silk he wears? The moral decay of Rome is about to be put on trial, but the judge may not be the man on the throne. The shadows are closing in. The light is fading. The first word of the trial is about to be spoken. You are sinking now, deeper and deeper into the hypnotic dark of the 9th century. The story is moving forward. The curiosity ladder is leading us toward the climax. The trial is beginning. The silence is over. And as we move into the next chapter of this dark history, we will witness the moment when the living began to scream and the dead remain silent. The great bronze doors of the Lateran have been sealed. No one is allowed to enter, and no one is allowed to leave. Inside, the trial of the Cadaver Synod is about to reach its most terrifying point. The charges have been read, but the silence of the defendant is more powerful than any accusation. In the next subtitle, we will witness the silent defendant. We will see the moment when a young deacon is forced to stand next to the corpse and speak for the dead man. We will hear the questions that Stephen VI screamed at the golden figure, and we will discover the shocking response that came not from the mouth of the Pope, but from the foundations of the Church itself. The trial is in session. The golden corpse is waiting. The secrets of the Vatican are about to be shattered. Imagine a room where the air is so heavy with dread that breathing feels like a sin. In the heart of Rome, a forbidden spectacle was unfolding. A betrayal of all things holy that would haunt the collective memory of the Church for centuries. A dead man sat upon the throne of St. Peter, his hollow eyes staring into the souls of the living. This was the Cadaver Synod, a secret assembly where the line between life and death was intentionally blurred to serve a vengeful lie. 1,200 years ago, the Vatican staged a trial that was never meant to be remembered, involving a curse that even the highest walls could not contain. The priests gathered there were not witnesses. They were prisoners of a madness that had consumed their sanctuary. They were forced to watch as a skeleton was asked to answer for the sins of a lifetime, while a buried secret whispered through the cracks in the marble floor. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Forget the world beyond your windows. Forget the ticking of modern clocks and the hum of electricity. We are sinking into the deep velvet stillness of the 9th century. You are safe here, resting in the cradle of time. Feel the weight of the present moment lifting, replaced by the slow, rhythmic pulse of history. We are entering a space of cold stone and long shadows, where the only movement is the flicker of a dying candle. The Basilica of St. John Lateran was not a place of comfort on this frozen morning in January, 897. It was a cavern of cold marble and echoing silence. The high arches reached into a darkness that no torch could penetrate. This was the Mother Church of Rome, the seat of the Pope's authority, yet today it felt like a trap. The air was thick with the scent of unwashed wool, heavy incense, and that sharp, metallic tang of the Roman winter. The courtroom was the great hall of the palace. It was a space designed for glory, but today it was a theater of the macabre. At the far end, on a raised dais, sat the throne. It was a massive chair of carved oak and inlaid ivory, a symbol of the ultimate power on earth. But the figure sitting in it was not a man of flesh and blood. It was a golden nightmare. Pope Formosus, dead for 9 months, was now the center of all eyes. His body, dressed in the most magnificent silks of the papacy, was tied to the throne with hidden leather cords. The triple tiara sat low on his brow, casting a deep shadow over his sunken eye sockets. His gray, parchment-like skin was visible in the gaps of his golden robes, a stark reminder of the grave. His hands, with their long, silver-nailed fingers, rested on the armrests. Appearing to grip the wood in a state of eternal tension, the room was packed. Pope Stephen VI had commanded every cardinal, every bishop, and every high-ranking priest in Rome to attend. They stood in rows, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes fixed on the floor. They were the elite of the Christian world, men who had spent their lives studying the divine, yet here they were, participating in an act of ritualistic insanity. The psychological weight in the room was suffocating. To look at the throne was to see the end of all things. To look away was to admit a cowardice that could be just as dangerous. The silence was absolute. It was not a peaceful silence, but a pressurized one. It was the silence of 100 men holding their breath, waiting for a storm to break. The only sound was the occasional, distant crack of the building settling in the cold or the soft rustle of a silk robe. For the Tier 1 audience, this is the moment where history becomes a mirror. What happens to a society when its most sacred institutions are turned into weapons of personal hate? What happens to the soul when it is forced to witness the impossible? Stephen VI sat on his own throne, placed directly opposite the dead man. He was dressed in pure white, a stark, aggressive contrast to the dark colors of the hall. He was a man possessed by a cold, surgical fury. His eyes never left the face of Formosus. He was waiting for the perfect moment to speak, enjoying the terror he had created. He wanted his audience to feel the full weight of his mandate. He wanted them to understand that in his Rome, even the dead were subject to his law. As you listen to the rhythmic beat of your own heart, let yourself inhabit the mind of a young priest standing in the back of that hall. His name is forgotten by history, but his fear is eternal. He watches the flickering torchlight dance across the golden threads of the dead Pope's garments. He sees the way the light catches the jewels in the tiara, making them sparkle like cold, distant stars. He notices the specific way the dead man's head is tilted, as if he is listening to a secret that only the dead can hear. The informative depth of this scene lies in the legal theater. Stephen was not just being cruel. He was conducting a formal synod. Under Romang and canon law, a trial could not proceed without the defendant present. By physically bringing Formosus into the room, Stephen was fulfilling a technical requirement. It was a perversion of justice, using the letter of the law to destroy its spirit. This is the moral decay that defines the Iron Century. The bishops were seated in a semicircle. Around the two popes, they were the jury. Yet they knew their verdict was written before they even entered the building. They represented the most powerful families in Italy, yet they were reduced to spectators in a madman's play. The psychological layer here is one of collective guilt. By standing there, by remaining silent, they were becoming part of the betrayal. The temperature in the hall continued to drop. The stone floor was like a block of ice, the cold seeping through the thin sandals of the monks. Many of the men had begun to shiver, a rhythmic, uncontrollable vibration that added a soft, clicking sound to the atmosphere. It was as if the room itself was beginning to chatter in fear. Stephen finally stood up. He did not use a loud voice. He didn't have to. His words carried through the silent hall like a razor through silk. He began by reading the formal indictment. He accused Formosus of perjury, of violating the sacred oaths of his office, and of illegally moving from one bishopric to another. The charges were technical, dry, and almost absurd when addressed to a corpse. But the way Stephen spoke them gave them a terrifying weight. He barked the questions at the body, his face turning a deep, angry red. Why did you, in your ambition, seize the throne of Rome? He screamed. By what right did you, a mere bishop of Porto, claim the keys of St. Peter? He waited for an answer. He leaned forward, his ear inches away from the dead man's mouth, as if he truly expected the gray lips to move. The silence that followed was the most agonizing part of the morning. It stretched for seconds, then minutes. The audience watched, paralyzed. As the living pope interrogated the dead one. To the researchers of the secret archives, this is the point where the hidden truth begins to emerge. Some records suggest that during these silences, the candles in the hall began to bend, their flames leaning toward the throne of Formosus as if drawn by a hidden draft. Others claim that a scent began to rise from the floorboards, a cloying, heavy smell of wet earth and winter roses that fought against the stench of the vinegar. The psychological tension reached a breaking point when Stephen turned to the young deacon he had appointed to. Speak for the defendant. The deacon was a boy, barely 20 years old, whose name has been recorded as Leo. He stood next to the golden corpse, his hands buried in his sleeves to hide their trembling. Stephen pointed at him and demanded that he answer the charges in the name of the dead. Imagine the pressure on this young man. He was being asked to stand as the bridge between the living and the dead. Every word he spoke was a gamble with his own life. If he defended Formosus too well, he would be accused of treason. If he did not defend him at all, he would be guilty of mocking the law. Leo began to speak. His voice was a thin, wavering thread in the vast space. He recited the legal defenses, his words tripping over each other in his haste. He spoke of the precedents, of the previous councils, and of the ancient rights of the clergy. But as he spoke, he couldn't help but look at the man he was defending. He saw the way the skin was pulled tight over the cheekbones. He saw the way the silver hair moved slightly in the draft, and then, According to the legend that the church tried to erase, the silence changed. Leo stopped mid-sentence. His eyes went wide, his mouth hanging open. He claimed that he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was a cold, heavy pressure, the weight of a century of stone. He looked down and saw the gray, withered hand of Formosus resting on his arm. The cords that held the body in place had not broken. The body had not moved. Yet the sensation was unmistakable. The hall descended into a new kind of terror. The bishops began to murmur, a low, buzzing sound like a hive of disturbed bees. Stephen VI noticed the change in the atmosphere. He saw the deacon's terror and interpreted it as a sign of his own victory. He began to laugh, a harsh, discordant sound that echoed through the basilica. He thought he had broken the spirit of the room. He thought he had won, but the informative history tells us that this was the moment the earth itself began to protest. A low rumble started deep beneath the foundation of the Lateran. It was not a thunderclap, but a vibration, a deep tectonic groan that shook the statues in their niches. The dust of centuries began to fall from the rafters, a fine, gray powder that settled on the red robes of the cardinals like snow. Stephen ignored the shaking. He was focused on the ritual. He began to pronounce the verdict. He declared every act Formosus had ever performed to be null and void. He declared every priest Formosus had ordained to be a layman. He was trying to erase years of history with a single sentence. The moral decay was now visible in every corner of the room. This was no longer about a trial. It was about the destruction of reality. If a pope could undo the past, then nothing was stable. The laws of God and man were being rewritten by a man who had lost his mind to a ghost. As you sink deeper into your sleep, let the image of that shaking hall fill your mind. The light is dim, the dust is falling, and the two popes sit facing each other in the center of a world that is falling apart. The golden robes of Formosus shimmer in the chaos, a beacon of a truth that cannot be silenced by a decree. You are safe, distant from the crumbling marble, but you can feel the rhythmic vibration of the history itself. The bishops were now openly weeping. Some had fallen to their knees, begging for mercy from a God they feared had abandoned them. Others were trying to flee, but the guards, under orders from Queen Agiltrude, kept the doors barred. They were all locked in a room with a madman and a corpse, watching the foundations of their world tremble. Stephen VI seemed to draw energy from the fear. He reached out and grabbed the triple tiara from the head of Formosus. He threw it onto the floor, the gold making a dull, heavy thud. He began to strip the body of its robes, tearing at the expensive silk with his bare hands. He wanted to see the rot. He wanted to reveal the skeleton beneath the finery. The psychological layer of this act is profound. By stripping the body, Stephen was trying to remove the persona of the Pope. He was trying to prove that there was nothing there but meat and bone. But as he pulled away the final layer of linen, the room was hit by a wave of that unnatural rose scent. It was so strong, it was physical, a wall of perfume that made the men gag and choke. Stephen recoiled, his face twisted in a mask of disgust and confusion. He looked at his hands, which were now stained with the gray dust of the corpse. He began to scream, not at Formosus, but at the air itself. He claimed he saw the room filling with water, a black, oily tide rising from the Tiber. He saw the faces of the dead popes of the past lining the walls, their eyes glowing with a cold, judgmental fire. This was the final deep dive into the psychological collapse of the successor. He had achieved his mandate. He had put the dead on trial. He had pronounced the verdict. But the secret remained. The hidden truth was that he had not destroyed Formosus. He had only destroyed himself. The informative details of the trial's conclusion are a matter of public record. Yet the lore slumber version reveals the atmospheric truth. The synod ended not with a bang, but with a whimper of total moral exhaustion. The men were allowed to leave, stumbling out into the gray light of the Roman afternoon, their eyes vacant, their minds shattered. They had seen the veil of the sacred pulled aside, and there was nothing behind it but the cold, hungry dark of human vengeance. The body of Formosus remained in the chair, half naked, his crown on the floor. He had said nothing. He had done nothing. Yet he had won the trial of the century. The silence of the defendant had been more powerful than the screams of the judge. As we conclude this chapter of the Synod, let your mind rest on the image of the empty hall. The torches are out. The dust has settled. The basilica is quiet once more. But the air is different. It is charged with a memory that will not fade. The stones of the Lateran have absorbed the fear of that morning, and they will hold it for 1,000 years. You are safe in your bed. The 9th century is a distant echo, a shadow on the wall of history. The madness of Stephen the Sixth cannot reach you here. But as you drift toward the final edges of wakefulness, consider the nature of that silence. What does it mean for a voice to be heard without words? What does it mean for a secret to be kept in a grave that refuses to stay closed? The curiosity ladder has brought us to the center of the courtroom, and now we prepare to follow the body to its next destination. The trial is over, but the punishment is just beginning. The moral decay of Rome has reached its peak, and the consequences will be written in blood and water. Breathe in the stillness of the night. Let the details of the golden robes and the gray skin fade into a soft, shimmering blur. You are sinking deeper and deeper into the peaceful dark. The story of Formosus is not a story of death, but a story of a presence that transcends the grave. The trial is finished, but the shadow remains. And in the next room, the executioner is waiting. He has his tools ready. He has his orders. And he is about to perform an act that will make the trial look like a mercy. The bells of Rome are beginning to toll again. They are calling for the next phase of the ritual. They are calling for the ritual of the 3 fingers. The courtroom is empty, but the body of Formosus is not yet at rest. The verdict has been given, and the sentence must be carried out. The world believes it knows what happened next, but the archives tell a different story. They speak of a ritual that was performed in the dark of the cellar, a ritual that involved the most sacred part of the Pope's body. In the next subtitle, we will explore a courtroom filled with the odor of roses. We will discover the hidden truth behind the scent that filled the basilica, and we will witness the shocking moment when the physical reality of the corpse began to defy the laws of nature. The trial was only the beginning. The miracle, the curse, was about to reveal its true face. The defendant is silent no longer. The secrets of the Vatican are bleeding into the streets, and the scent of roses is about to become a scent of blood. In the high, vaulted shadows of the Lateran Palace, a biological impossibility was taking place, a secret so dangerous that the Vatican would spend the next 1,000 years trying to burn the records of its existence. When you open a grave that has been sealed for 9 months, the air should turn lethal with the scent of decay, a visceral reminder of our own mortality. But as the trial of the dead Pope Formosus reached its peak, the courtroom did not fill with the stench of the tomb. Instead, it was flooded with the cloying, heavy, and terrifying scent of blooming roses. This was the forbidden miracle, a betrayal. of the laws of nature that turned a political execution into a cosmic nightmare. The Church called it a lie, a hallucination of the weak-minded, but the guards who stood over the corpse knew the truth. They were participating in a curse disguised as a blessing, a moral decay so deep that even the scent of heaven felt like a threat. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Forget the pressures of your day. Let the sounds of the modern world dissolve into a soft, distant hum. You are safe here, anchored in the stillness of a winter night in the 9th century. Allow your breathing to become slow and rhythmic like the steady pulse of a sleeping city. We are moving into the heart of the mystery, where the stone is cold and the shadows hold the weight of 1,000 secrets. The year is 897, and the great hall of the Lateran is a space caught between two worlds. Outside, the Roman winter is biting and gray. Inside, the atmosphere is thick with a tension that has no name. The trial of the corpse has been underway for hours, and the psychological exhaustion of the witnesses has reached a breaking point. But as Pope Stephen VI screams his accusations at the silent, golden-clad figure of Formosus, a new element enters the courtroom. It begins as a faint suggestion, a subtle shift in the air that causes the younger deacons to look toward the windows, searching for a garden that doesn't exist. To understand the profound shock of this moment, we must look at the informative history of what the Church calls osmogenesia, or the odor of sanctity. In the medieval mind, the state of a man's soul was reflected in the state of his flesh. A sinner would rot and putrefy, a physical manifestation of his moral failure. But a saint was expected to remain incorrupt and, more importantly, to emit a fragrance of celestial flowers. This was the ultimate spiritual validation. If a body smelled of roses, it was being touched by the divine. Now, imagine the crisis this created for the assembly. Pope Stephen had brought Formosus here to prove he was a criminal, a traitor, and a fraud. He wanted the world to see the rot of his predecessor's soul. But the air in the room was beginning to tell a different story. The scent was not the light, airy fragrance of a spring morning. It was an unnatural, concentrated aroma, so thick it felt as though the petals were brushing against the skin of the onlookers. It was a scent that carried a weight, a heavy velvet presence that seemed to emerge directly from the gray, translucent skin of the dead pope. The cardinals, dressed in their deep red robes, began to cover their noses with silk handkerchiefs, but not for the reason one might think. They were not shielding themselves from a foul smell. They were trying to block out the miracle, to breathe. In the scent of roses was to acknowledge that the man on trial might be holy. It was an act of biological defiance against the political mandate of the successor. The moral decay of the room was contrasted by the olfactory purity of the corpse, a psychological paradox that left the men trembling. Stephen VI noticed the change. He was a man whose senses were already heightened by madness and lack of sleep. He saw the way the bishops were whispering. He saw the way the guards were lowering their spears. He inhaled deeply, his face contorting into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. He didn't smell roses. He smelled a betrayal. He believed that even in death, Formosus was using a hidden, forbidden alchemy to mock him. He barked an order for more incense to be brought into the hall, hoping to drown out the scent with the heavy smoke of frankincense and myrrh. For the Tier 1 audience seeking the deeper history, let us consider the architecture of the Lateran. The Great Hall was a massive space, built with antediluvian stone that held the dampness of the earth. In such a space, scents linger and settle. The arrival of the rose fragrance was not a fleeting moment. It became a permanent resident of the courtroom. Historians who have combed through the unofficial diaries of the Roman clergy from that period describe the scent as having a metallic edge, as if the roses were made of silver and blood. This informative detail suggests a psychological layer that goes beyond mere folklore. The scent was a catalyst for a collective hallucination or perhaps a shared spiritual crisis. As the smoke from the incense burners filled the room, it didn't hide the roses. It merged with them. The resulting atmosphere was a cloying gray fog that made the golden robes of Formosus shimmer with a sickly, iridescent light. The courtroom was no longer a place of law. It was a sensory prison. Ask yourself as you sink deeper into the comfort of your bed what it would feel like to stand in that fog. The air is cool on your face, but every breath you take is sweet and heavy. It fills your lungs with a sense of ancient gardens and forgotten rituals. You can hear the rhythmic clinking of the censers as they swing, a hypnotic sound that matches the beating of your own heart. The world outside the hall has ceased to exist. There's only the gold, the gray skin, and the overwhelming scent of the forbiddance. The psychological build of this scene is found in the reaction of the advocate for the damned, the young Deacon Leo. He stood closest to the corpse, his role being to speak for the dead man. As the scent grew stronger, Leo found himself unable to focus on his legal texts. He claimed later that the scent didn't just stay in his nose. It began to taste like honey in the back of his throat. He looked at the withered gray hand of Formosus, resting so still on the arm of the throne, and he felt a sudden, irrational urge to weep. This was the curiosity ladder at work. The scent was drawing the witnesses in, forcing them to look closer at the defendant they were supposed to be judging. They began to notice details they had missed before. The way the silver hair of the dead man seemed to have a faint, luminescent sheen. The way his lips were not pulled back in a death grin, but were softly closed, as if he were guarding a word. The informative records of the secret archives hint that several priests had to be carried out of the hall, not because they were sick, but because they had entered a catatonic trance induced by the fragrance. Stephen VI was losing control of the narrative. The more he screamed about perjury and illegal bishoprics, the more the roses seemed to bloom in the air. It was a battle between the auditory and the olfactory. The words of the living pope were harsh, jagged, and filled with the rot of human politics. The scent of the dead pope was smooth, pervasive, and filled with the mystery of the divine. It was a psychological war where the winner would not be determined by a verdict, but by who could survive the atmosphere. The moral decay of the church was being exposed by a fragrance. If the body was incorrupt, then the trial was a sacrilege. If the trial was a sacrilege, then every man in that room was risking his eternal soul. The bishops were caught in a trap of their own making. They had agreed to the trial to please the Spoleto family, thinking it would be a simple, gruesome formality. They hadn't counted on the dead man fighting back with the beauty of a garden. The informative depth of the Cadaver Synod is often lost in the shock of the event, but the hidden truth of the roses reveals the Church's first great cover-up. Following the trial, Stephen ordered the court scribes to record that the hall smelled of unbearable putrefaction. He wanted the written history to match his political goals. He wanted future generations to believe that Formosus was a rotting vessel of sin. However, the oral tradition of the Roman people tells a different story. For weeks after the trial, people reported that the area around the Lateran smelled like a field of flowers in the middle of a frozen January. They called it the ghost bloom. This is the type B story. The official record says one thing, but the visceral, sensory memory of the people says another. The church tried to hide the dark miracle because it proved that their legal system had failed. It proved that you could not judge a soul using the tools of the state, as you drift toward sleep. Let your mind wander through the back alleys of 9th century Rome. The streets are narrow and dark, filled with the smell of wood smoke and old stone. But as you pass the gates of the Lateran, the air suddenly changes. It becomes sweet. It becomes soft. It is the scent of the roses escaping the courtroom, drifting over the walls and into the dreams of the citizens. It is a reminder that the truth cannot be contained, even by the most powerful entity on earth. The pacing of the narration remains slow and steady, pulling you further into the trance. We are exploring the reflective questions of this moment. Why did the roses smell unnatural? Some scholars suggest that the fragrance was so intense because it was a concentration of all the prayers Formosus had ever said, a physical manifestation of his life's work. Others believe it was a curse, a scent designed to drive Stephen to the final stages of his madness. The psychological layer of the story focuses on the concept of sensory overload. When the brain is presented with a stimulus that contradicts reality, it begins to fracture. The men in the hall were seeing a corpse, but they were smelling a saint. This cognitive dissonance is what led to the many reports of hallucinations during the trial. Some claimed to see petals falling from the ceiling. Others claimed to see the gray skin of Formosus turn to white marble dot. Stephen himself began to succumb to these visions. He stopped shouting and began to whisper. He was seen leaning into the void of the hall, his eyes wide and unblinking, as if he were watching an invisible army march through the room. He became obsessed with the source of the smell. He ordered the guards to lift the golden robes of the corpse, searching for hidden sachets of perfume or flowers. They found nothing but the cold, gray skin and the scent that seemed to radiate from the very bones. The trial lasted for days, and the scent of roses never wavered. It became a character in the drama, a silent witness that sat between the two popes. The informative records tell us that by the third day, the air in the Lateran was so saturated with the fragrance that the wood of the furniture and the fabric of the tapestries had absorbed it. It was a biological takeover of the space. Imagine the long, slow nights during the trial's recesses. The hall is empty, save for the guards and the silent golden figure on the throne. The torches have been lowered to a dim glow. The silence is absolute, yet the scent remains. It is even more powerful in the quiet. It feels as though the room is breathing, a slow, deep inhalation of stone and rosewater. The guards refuse to look at the throne, but they cannot escape the smell. It follows them into their sleep, filling their dreams with images of gardens that turn into graveyards. This is the poetic flow of the lore slumber. We are not just recounting facts. We are feeling the texture of the history. The scent of the roses is a metaphor for the persistence of the truth. You can bury it, you can put it on trial, you can dress it in the robes of a criminal, but it will still find a way to manifest its beauty. The moral decay of Stephen's papacy was like a dark shadow, but even a shadow cannot block out the sun or the scent of a blooming rose, the Tier 1. Audience will appreciate the botanical history intertwined here. The roses of the 9th century were not the hybrid teas we know today. They were the Gallica and Damask varieties, roses with a deep, spicy, and almost intoxicating fragrance. They were the roses of the ancients, roses that were used in both weddings and funerals. To smell them in a courtroom was to be reminded of the cycle of life and death, a cycle that Stephen was trying to break. The psychological layer deepens as we consider the effect of the scent on the collective memory of the Church. For centuries after the Cadaver Synod, any mention of roses in a papal context was met with a shudder of unease. The dark miracle became a shadow over the Vatican, a reminder of the time the Church lost its way. The cover-up was so successful that many modern historians believe the roses were a later addition to the legend, a way for the people to make sense of the horror. But the archival fragments suggest otherwise. They suggest that the scent was the most real thing about that morning. As you sink further into the deep, velvet dark of your room, let the details of the courtroom fade. The golden robes, the red silk, the gray skin, they all dissolve into a soft, shimmering mist. But the scent of the roses remains. It is the last thing you hold on to as you cross the threshold of sleep. It is a sweet, heavy weight that pulls you down into a world of peaceful dreams. You are no longer a witness to the trial. You are a traveler in the garden of history. The air is still. The palace is quiet. The trial is reaching its final, most horrific act. But for now, there is only the scent. It is a sign of a truth that cannot be buried. It is a sign of a soul that has found its way home, even if the body is still trapped in a chair. The moral decay of the living is a passing shadow, but the beauty of the dead is a permanent mark on the world. The narration continues at a slow, rhythmic pace. Every word is designed to maintain the hook while easing you into a state of total relaxation. We are reflecting on the nature of the dark miracle. Is a miracle still holy if it happens in a place of such hatred? Or is the scent of roses a form of divine protest, a way for the universe to say that this trial should never have happened? The informative history of Rome tells us that the Lateran was eventually destroyed by an earthquake. Only years after the Cadaver Synod, many saw this as the final judgment on Stephen's madness. But those who were there said the earthquake was preceded by a final, overwhelming burst of the rose fragrance, so powerful that it could be smelled across the entire city. It was as if the building itself was exhaling its last breath of the forbidden miracle. The psychological layer of the story reminds us that we are all witnesses to history. We all have a role to play in the narrative of the truth. The guards, the priests, the mad pope, and the golden corpse, they are all part of us. We are the ones who decide which scent to believe. We are the ones who decide whether to block out the roses or to breathe them in. As you drift toward the final edges of wakefulness, let the curiosity ladder lead you to one final question. If the body of Formosus was truly incorrupt, and if the air was truly filled with roses, then where is he now? Where does a saint go when he has been judged as a criminal? The answer is not in the books, and it is not in the archives. It is in the air. It is in the scent that still lingers in the quiet corners of the world, waiting for someone to notice. The light is fading. The chamber is silent. The trial is almost over. But the roses are still blooming in the dark. They are a promise that the morning will come and that the truth will be revealed in all its beauty. You are sinking now, deeper and deeper, into the soft, peaceful dark. The story of Formosus is a story of a presence that transcends the grave and a scent that transcends the law. Breathe in. Breathe out. The roses are all around you. They are a blanket of silk and scent, protecting you from the noise of the world. You are safe. You are resting. You are part of the lore. The courtroom is silent, but the trial has reached a verdict that will change the world. The scent of roses is still in the air, but it is now being mixed with the smell of iron and sweat. Stephen VI is standing up, his face pale, his hands reaching for the instruments of the law. He's about to pronounce the sentence, and it is a sentence of total erasure. The world believes it knows what happened next. They think they know the story of the three fingers, but they do not know about the moment the verdict was spoken, and the terrifying thing that happened to the roses when the judge opened his mouth. The scent of heaven was about to be replaced by the reality of the flesh in the next subtitle. We will witness the advocate for the damned. We will hear the desperate defense of the young Deacon Leo. And we will discover the shocking secret of the three fingers, the literal price of the papal blessing. The trial is moving toward its climax, and the true cost of the betrayal is about to be revealed. The golden corpse is waiting. The roses are fading, and the executioner is stepping into the light in the dark annals of the 9th century. There was a roll so cursed that history has attempted to erase the name of the man who filled it. Within the shivering walls of the Lateran palace, a forbidden ritual of justice was taking place, a betrayal of the living and the dead that defied every law of God, to give the mockery of the Cadaver Synod a veneer of legality. Pope Stephen VI required a voice for the silent defendant. He selected a young, terrified deacon to stand in the shadow of the golden corpse, to inhabit the spirit of a man who had been in the grave for 9 months. This was the secret of the Sinodicus, a forbidden pact where a living man was forced to speak for a ghost. As the mad pope screamed his accusations into the hollow face of Formosus, the young deacon stood trapped in a psychological nightmare, his hand inches away from the cold, gray skin of the predecessor. He was the bridge across a buried lie, a vessel for a curse that was slowly shattering his mind. The courtroom was a stage, the corpse was the lead actor, and the deacon was the witness to a moral decay that would never be cleansed. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Forget the noise of the 21st century. Let the hum of the modern world fall away into a soft, velvety silence. You are safe here, anchored in the deep, slow rhythm of history. Allow your breath to find its natural pace, deep and steady, like the tide of a distant sea. We are traveling back into the marble heart of a Roman winter, to a hall where the shadows are heavy with the weight of 1,000 secrets. The great hall of the Lateran was a cavern of cold air and flickering light. The morning sun, weak and gray, struggled to penetrate the high, narrow windows, casting jagged streaks across the mosaic floor. In the center of this immense space sat the throne of the defendant. It was a sight that defied human reason. Pope Formosus, dressed in the heavy, stiff gold of the papacy, sat motionless, his sightless eyes staring at a world he had left behind 9 months ago. Beside him, dwarfed by the immense presence of the golden corpse, stood the deacon. His name was Leo, and he was barely 20 years of age. Until this morning, his life had been a quiet succession of prayers, liturgies, and the scent of the scriptorium. He was a man of the word, a man who believed in the sanctity of the church. But today he was a man of the void. He had been chosen for this role not for his wisdom, but for his vulnerability. Stephen VI wanted a defender who was too frightened to actually defend. He wanted a puppet to stand next to his prize. The psychological tension in the room was a physical pressure. Leo could feel it against his skin, a static charge that made the fine hairs on his arms stand up. He was standing so close to Formosus that he could hear the rustle of the golden silk every time a draft moved through the hall. He could smell the lingering scent of the vinegar used to wash the body, mixed with that impossible, haunting aroma of roses. But beneath it all, there was a third scent, the smell of ancient. Cold earth dot to the Tier 1 audience seeking the informative reality of the 9th century. The role of the Sinodicus was a terrifying legal necessity. In the Roman tradition, a person could not be judged in absentia. The law required a physical body and a voice to answer the charges. By placing Leo next to the corpse, Stephen was creating a legal fiction. He was pretending that the trial was a dialogue. But for Leo, it was a descent into a psychological abyss. Every time he looked at the corpse, he felt as though he were looking into a mirror of his own eventual end. As you sink deeper into your bed, let your mind rest on the physical details of this courtroom. The hall is silent, save for the rhythmic clacking of a scribe's stylus in the distance. The floor is made of variegated marble, cold enough to numb the feet. Leo stands with his hands buried deep in the sleeves of his dalmatic, trying to hide the fact that he is shivering. He is not shivering from the cold. He is shivering from the proximity. The shoulder of the dead pope is only inches from Leo's own. In the dim light, the gray, parchment-like skin of Formosus's neck is visible above the golden collar. It is a texture that Leo cannot stop staring at. It looks like stone, yet it has a translucence that suggests it might still be warm. He finds himself watching the chest of the corpse, waiting for a breath that never comes. The psychological layer of the waiting for movement is what begins to erode. Leo's sanity. Pope Stephen VI sits on the opposite throne, his face a mask of sweating, pale intensity. He leans forward, his fingers gripping the arms of his chair so tightly that his knuckles are white. He begins the interrogation. He does not speak to Leo, he speaks through Leo. He screams the questions at the face of the corpse, his voice bouncing off the high, vaulted ceiling. Formosus. Stephen bellows, his voice cracking with the strain. When you were Bishop of Porto, why did you, in your vanity, covet the throne of Rome? Why did you break the sacred canons that forbid a man from leaving his bride, his first church, for the glory of the papacy? The question hangs in the air, vibrating through the hall. Stephen stops and glares at Leo. This is the signal. This is the moment where the living man must provide the voice for the dead. Leo swallows hard, his throat feeling as though it is filled with dry sand. He has been given a script, a collection of weak, legalistic excuses that Stephen's own lawyers drafted. I acted for the good of the faithful, Leo whispers. Louder! Stephen screams, slamming his fist onto the arm of his throne. Speak as if the Holy Spirit were in your lungs. Speak for the man you serve. Leo closes his eyes. He tries to imagine himself as Formosus. He tries to pull the persona of the dead pope over himself like a second skin. But as he does, he feels a sudden, sharp coldness on his left side. It is as if the temperature has dropped 20 degrees in a single second. He opens his eyes and looks at the corpse. Formosus has not moved. The leather cords holding him to the chair are still taut, but Leo is certain that the head has tilted a fraction of a millimeter toward him. The informative history of the Iron Century reminds us that this was a period of extreme superstition and deep spiritual dread. To Leo, this was not just a trial. It was a ritual that was inviting something into the room. He felt the curiosity ladder leading him down into a place where the living and the dead were indistinguishable. He began to feel that Formosus was not just a body, but a listener. The pacing of the trial was designed to break the will. Stephen would scream for 10 minutes, then fall into a heavy, brooding silence for 20. During those silences, Leo was forced to remain standing next to the corpse. He couldn't move. He couldn't look away. He was trapped in the sensory field of the dead man. The psychological build of this scene focuses on the small, repetitive details that Leo began to obsess over. He noticed a single silver hair that had caught on the gold thread of the Pope's chasuble. It moved slightly every time Leo breathed. He became convinced that if that hair fell, the entire world would end. He noticed the way the candlelight reflected in the jewels of the tiara, creating small, dancing spots of light on the ceiling. He began to see patterns in those spots, faces of the martyrs who seemed to be looking down in judgment. Stephen began the second line of questioning. He moved from the legal to the personal. He began to list the political betrayals, the secret treaties Formosus had made with the kings of the north. He spoke of the moral decay that Formosus had brought into the heart of the Vatican. As he spoke, he became more animated, standing up and pacing the dais like a caged animal. "You were a merchant of souls?" Stephen cried. "You turned the keys of St. Peter into coins for your own ambition." He turned back to Leo, his eyes wide and burning with a feverish light. "What say you, Sinodicus? What say you for your master?" Leo's mind was fracturing. The script he had been given was gone. He couldn't remember the words. All he could feel was the presence of the man beside him. The scent of the roses was now overwhelming, filling his lungs and making his head swim. He felt as though he were underwater, the sounds of the courtroom coming to him from a great distance. He was a man of peace, Leo stammered. The response was not in the script. The courtroom went silent. The bishops in the semicircle leaned forward, their faces pale. Stephen stopped pacing. He slowly turned his head toward the young deacon, his expression one of pure, unadulterated malice. "A man of peace?" Stephen whispered, his voice more terrifying than his screams. "You dare to find virtue in this rotting vessel?" Leo didn't answer. He couldn't. He was staring at the hand of Formosus. The gray, marble-like fingers were resting on the arm of the throne, and Leo was certain, with a certainty that transcended logic, that the index finger had just tapped the wood, the informative records of the cadaver. Synod often skip over these moments of psychological horror, focusing instead on the legal outcome. But for the lore slumber collective, the hidden truth is found in the experience of the witnesses. The moral decay was not just in the trial. It was in the way the trial destroyed the minds of those who participated. Leo was no longer a deacon. He was a fragment of a nightmare. As you drift further into the peace of your bed, imagine the stillness of that hall. The air is frozen. The light is dim. The only sound is the rhythmic, heavy breathing of the mad pope. You're standing with Leo, feeling the weight of the gold and the cold of the stone. The world of the living is a distant memory. Stephen began to chant the charges. It was no longer an interrogation. It was a litany. He was using the language of the church to condemn the church. Every amen that followed a charge felt like a nail being driven into a coffin. The bishops joined in the chanting, their voices a low, droning hum that filled the space. This is the hypnotic build. The drone of the voices, the flickering of the candles, the overwhelming scent of the roses. It is a sensory overload designed to induce a trance. Leo felt his knees beginning to buckle. He wanted to collapse, to disappear into the cold marble of the floor. but he felt a pressure on his left arm, a firm, steadying grip that kept him upright. He looked to his left, expecting to see a guard, but there was no one there, only the golden figure of Formosus. The Pope's arm had not moved. The cords were still in place, but the sensation of being held was undeniable. Leo felt a sudden, profound sense of peace. The fear that had been consuming him for hours vanished, replaced by a cold, crystalline clarity. He looked at Stephen VI. He saw the sweat on the Pope's brow, the tremor in his hands, the madness in his eyes. He realized that Stephen was the one who was dead. Stephen was the one who was decaying, his soul rotting under the weight of his own hate. Formosus, even in his gray, translucent state, was the only thing in the room that was still whole. The psychological layer of the story shifts here. Leo is no longer the victim of the trial. He is the observer of the successor's downfall. He understands that the advocate for the damned is not him, but Stephen himself. Stephen is the one pleading for a legitimacy that he has already destroyed. The trial continued for hours, but Leo was no longer afraid. He spoke the responses with a calm, melodic voice that seemed to echo with a hidden authority. He didn't use the script. He used the words of the liturgy, the ancient prayers for the dead and the living. He turned the trial into a requiem. Stephen became increasingly frustrated. He wanted a puppet, but he had found a priest. He wanted a humiliation, but he was finding a mystery. He began to foam at the corners of his mouth, his speech becoming a series of disjointed barks. The moral decay of his mind was now complete. He was a man fighting a battle that he had already lost to a silent opponent. The Tier 1 audience will appreciate the atmospheric detail of the Lateran at this hour. The sun had moved, and the light was now hitting the high altar, illuminating the dust that danced in the air. The dust looked like gold flakes falling slowly over the assembly. The scent of the roses had reached a peak, a heavy, velvet perfume that seemed to mute the sounds of the room. Leo felt as though he were standing in the center of a great golden bell. Every sound was resonant deep. He looked at the face of Formosus. The gray skin seemed to be glowing with a faint inner light. The silver hair was shimmering in the draught. It was a vision of a dark miracle that the church would try to hide for 1,000 years. Ask yourself as you sink deeper into your sleep, what is the power of a presence? Can a man truly be erased if his spirit remains in the air he breathed? The curiosity ladder has led us from the grave to the throne, and now it leads us into the heart of the deacon's vision. Leo began to hear music. It was not the music of the choirs, but a sound like the grinding of the spheres, a low, tectonic vibration that seemed to come from the very foundations of Rome. He realized that the shaking of the hall earlier was not an earthquake. It was the earth itself responding to the presence of the dead Pope. The psychological build reaches its climax when Stephen VI stands up and prepares to pronounce the verdict. He holds his staff of office, his hands trembling with a violent palsy. He opens his mouth to speak the final condemnation, to declare that Formosus was never a pope, that he was a thief and a liar. But as he opens his mouth, the sound that comes out is not a human voice. It is a sharp, metallic crack. The sound echoes through the hall, louder than any scream. The bishops gasp. The guards reach for their swords. Everyone looks at the throne of the defendant. The triple tiara, the heavy golden crown of the papacy, has cracked. A thin, jagged line has appeared in the center of the gold, running from the base to the top. It is as if an invisible hammer has struck the symbol of the office. Stephen freezes. He looks at the crown, then at the face of Formosus. The dead pope remains silent, his gray lips closed, his sightless eyes staring at the ceiling. But the message is clear. The office itself has rejected the trial. The crown has been broken by the weight of the lie. The informative history of the Cadaver Synod tells us that after the trial, a massive earthquake actually did strike Rome, destroying the Basilica of St. John Lateran. The building collapsed, burying the hall where the trial took place. Many saw this as the ultimate verdict of God, but for Leo, the verdict had already been delivered in the cracking of the gold dot as you lie in the stillness of the night. Let the image of the cracked crown fade into a soft, shimmering blur. The hall of the Lateran is a place of shadows now, a memory of a time when the world lost its way. You are safe, distant from the cold marble and the mad pope, but the story of the deacon remains a reminder of the power of the truth in the face of a lie. Leo was never the same after that morning. The archives say he left the priesthood and vanished into the mountains, living as a hermit for the rest of his days. Some say he spent his time writing the true account of the Synod, a book that was burned by the successor of the successor. Others say he never spoke another word, his voice having been used up in the service of a ghost. The psychological layer of the advocate for the damned is the story of the witness who cannot forget. We are all advocates for the truth, standing in the shadows of the history we inherit. We are all bridges between the past and the future, trying to find a voice in a world of silence. The moral decay of the Iron Century was a dark night for the soul of the West. But even in that night, there were moments of light. The scent of the roses, the cracking of the gold, the calm voice of a young deacon. These are the fragments of the hidden truth that we have gathered for you tonight. Breathe in, breathe out. The air is clear and soft. The shadows are long, but they are peaceful. You are drifting now, past the hall, past the palace, into the quiet, frozen heart of Rome. The trial is coming to an end. But the consequences are just beginning. The curiosity ladder has brought us to the edge of the final act. We have seen the defense. We have felt the presence. We have heard the crack in the gold. Now we prepare to witness the sentence. The moral decay is about to reach its physical manifestation. The body of Formosus is about to be moved again. The golden robes are about to be torn away. The three fingers are about to be severed. And the Tiber River is waiting for its guest. The hall is growing dark. The torches are dying, their flames flickering in the rising wind. The bishops are leaving, their heads bowed in shame. Stephen VI remains on his throne, a broken man in a white robe, staring at the floor. Leo is the last to leave. He stands for a moment next to the corpse, his hand hovering over the gray skin of the hand. He does not touch it. He does not need to. He knows that the man in the chair is already at peace. He turns and walks toward the great bronze doors. His footsteps are the only sound in the vast space. Clip, clop, a rhythmic, steady beat that leads him out into the gray light of the Roman afternoon. Behind him, the golden figure remains. The crown is cracked, the silks are dusty, but the presence is absolute. The trial has been a failure, but the ritual must be completed. The law demands a punishment, even for the dead. As you sink into the final, deep edges of the night, let the story of the deacon become a soft, shimmering dream. The details, the roses, the gold, the gray skin, they are all part of the lore. They are the truth that was buried, and the secret that was exhumed. The air is still. The night is quiet. You are safe in the lore slumber. The deacon has left the hall, But the story of the Cadaver Synod is about to take its most violent turn. The trial is over, but the executioner is just beginning his work. The verdict has been given, for Moses was a fraud, and every blessing he ever gave must be physically removed from his body. In the next subtitle, we will witness the forbidden liturgy of the three fingers. We will see the ritual of mutilation, and we will discover the shocking reason why the executioner's hand began to rot the moment he touched the Pope's skin. The moral decay of Rome is about to become a physical plague, and the secret of the three fingers will reveal a power that no man can control. The executioner is stepping onto the dais. The knife is sharp. The golden corpse is waiting, and the river is calling. In the freezing shadows of a Roman winter, the earth itself decided to bear witness to a betrayal so profound it threatened to shatter the gates of heaven. It was the year 897, and within the shivering walls of the Lateran palace, a forbidden trial had reached its breaking point. A dead man sat upon a golden throne, but as the mad Pope Stephen VI screamed his final accusations, a secret buried for centuries began to vibrate through the very foundation of the city. A curse was unfolding, a lie that had festered in the dark, and suddenly the laws of physics surrendered to the weight of moral decay. The marble floor groaned, the air turned to ice, and in a moment of seismic horror, the silent defendant did the one thing the living feared most. He moved, he spoke. The world believes it was a trick of the light or a crack in the stone, but those who were there felt the cold breath of the abyss on their faces. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Forget the noise of the modern world. Let the hum of the present dissolve into a soft, velvety silence. You are safe here, resting in the cradle of history. Allow your breathing to find a slow, natural rhythm. Feel the weight of the day lifting as we descend into the cold marble heart of a world long forgotten. The stones here are heavy with memory, and the shadows are long, lit only by the flickering tongues of a dozen beeswax candles. The great hall of the Lateran was a cavern of pressurized silence. For 3 days, the air had been thick with the scent of unnatural roses and the sharp tang of acidic vinegar. The cardinals and bishops, trapped in their rows of red and purple, had reached a state of psychological collapse. They were no longer men of the law. They were prisoners of a nightmare. At the center of the hall, the two popes sat facing one another. Stephen VI, white with a feverish rage, and Formosus, gray with the stillness of the tomb. To the Tier 1 audience seeking the informative reality of this moment, it is essential to understand the geological context of Rome. The city is built upon a complex network of volcanic soil and ancient limestone, a landscape that has always been prone to the shifting of the tectonic plates. But in the late 9th century, every tremor was seen as a direct communication from the divine. The earthquake of 897 is not a myth. It is a recorded geological event that caused the partial collapse of the Basilica of St. John Lateran. But inside the hall, as the trial reached its climax, the earthquake was not a natural disaster. It was a witness. Stephen VI stood up from his throne. His robes, heavy with gold and silk, rustled with a sound like dry leaves. He walked to the edge of the dais, his eyes locked on the sunken eye sockets of the corpse. He began his final interrogation, his voice reaching a pitch that was almost animalistic. He was no longer asking questions. He was demanding a confession from the void. He wanted the dead man to admit that he was a fraud, that his blessings were curses, and that his very presence on the throne was a betrayal of the Holy See. "Speak!" Stephen screamed, his hands reaching out as if to throttle the air. "By the power of the keys you stole, I command you to reveal the secret of your ambition. Answer the church you have corrupted?" At that exact second, the sound of the world began to change. It started as a low, subsonic hum, a vibration that felt as though it were coming from the very center of the earth. It was not heard by the ears so much as it was felt in the marrow of the bones. The heavy oak tables of the scribes began to chatter against the stone floor. The great bronze chandeliers hanging from the high, timber-bird ceiling began to sway in slow, rhythmic arcs, their candles spilling wax like golden tears onto the assembly below. The cardinals fell to their knees, not in prayer, but in a desperate attempt to stay upright as the floor beneath them began to heave. The psychological layer of this moment is one of total disorientation. In the medieval mind, when the earth moves, the boundary between the mortal world and the afterlife is thin. They believed the floor of the Lateran was about to open and swallow them all into the abyss of the damned. The informative depth of the Lateran's architecture becomes crucial here. The basilica was an ancient structure, built with massive stone pillars and heavy timber trusses. As the earthquake intensified, the sound of the building was a symphony of agony. The stone groaned under the stress, and the mortar, dried by centuries, began to crumble into a fine, gray dust that filled the air like a fog. This was the moral decay of the city manifesting as a physical collapse. Inside the fog, the figure of Formosus remained motionless on his throne. But as a particularly violent jolt shook the dais, the hidden leather cords that held the corpse in place reached their limit. One of the cords, tied around the dead man's waist, snapped with a sound like a whip crack. The body of the Pope, dressed in its stiff golden silks, began to lean slowly, with a terrifying mechanical grace. The corpse tipped forward. Stephen VI recoiled, his face turning a sickly shade of gray that matched the skin of his predecessor. He watched, paralyzed, as the golden tiara began to slide down the forehead of the corpse. The dead man's head lolled to the side, his sightless gaze appearing to fix directly on the successor. For the men in the hall, time had stopped. The curiosity ladder had led them to this peak of horror. They were no longer watching a trial. They were watching a resurrection. The earthquake reached its crescendo. A massive crack appeared in the marble floor, snaking its way from the entrance of the hall directly to the foot of the throne. It was as if the earth were pointing a finger at the defendant. And then the sound occurred. It was not a scream, and it was not a shout. It was a long, low, rattling sigh that seemed to emerge from the very chest of the dead Pope as his body slumped forward. The air that had been trapped in his lungs for 9 months was forced out through his desiccated throat and over his parchment-like vocal cords. To the exhausted, terrified cardinals, it did not sound like gas escaping a vessel. It sounded like a word. Enough. The word was not spoken with the volume of the living. It was a vibration, a dry, papery whisper that carried through the vibrating air of the courtroom. It was the dark truth that the church would try to hide for a millennium. Was it a collective hallucination, born from the terror of the earthquake and the psychological trauma of the trial? Or was it the secret that Formosus had carried into the grave? A final, supernatural protest against the betrayal of his successor? The psychological layer of the story deepens as we consider the state of the witnesses. In a state of extreme fear, the human brain seeks patterns and meaning. Every man in that room was primed to hear the dead man speak. They had been waiting for a sign for 3 days. When the earthquake provided the physical catalyst, their minds provided the interpretation. They saw the corpse move, they heard the rattle of the breath, and they synthesized it into a confession. As you drift closer to the deep sleep of the night, let your mind rest on the sensory details of that hall. The air is thick with dust and the scent of roses. The floor is vibrating beneath you, a steady, rhythmic pulse that matches the beating of your own heart. The torches are flickering wildly, creating long, jagged shadows that dance across the walls. You are there, standing in the back of the room, witnessing the moment the world began to unred itself. Stephen VI was the first to break the silence of the aftermath. As the tremor subsided and the dust began to settle, he stepped toward the slumped figure of Formosus. He was trembling so violently that he had to lean against the side of the dais. He looked down at the dead man, whose head was now resting against the arm of the throne, and he began to laugh. It was a high, thin laugh that carried no joy. It was the sound of a mind that had finally snapped. Stephen believed the whisper was a sign of his victory. He believed that Formosus had finally confessed his sins, that the earthquake was God's gavel coming down in judgment. He turned to the cardinals, his eyes wide and vacant. "Did you hear him?" Stephen whispered, his voice dripping with a terrifying triumph. "He has spoken. The thief has confessed his crimes." The dead have answered the living. But the cardinals did not share his triumph. They were looking at the crack in the floor. They were looking at the fallen plaster from the ceiling. They saw the earthquake not as a judgment on Formosus, but as a warning to them all. They realized that by participating in this synod, they had invited a darkness into Rome that would not easily be dispelled. The informative. History tells us that the earthquake of 897 was so severe that the Lateran was considered unsafe for years afterward. The building was partially rebuilt by Pope Sergius III, but the memory of that morning remained etched into the stones. The Tier 1 audience will note that this event marks the symbolic end of the Iron Century of the papacy, a period where the office reached its lowest moral and physical point. The curiosity ladder now leads us into the deep dive of the trial's conclusion. With the confession heard and the building crumbling, Stephen gave the order for the final verdict. He did not care about the legalities anymore. He wanted the physical destruction of his enemy. He declared that since the dead man had spoken, his guilt was absolute. He ordered the scribes to record the confession, even though no two men in the room could agree on exactly what they had heard. The pacing of the narration remained slow and hypnotic. We are exploring the psychological decay of the assembly. The men were no longer capable of rational thought. They were moving in a trance, following the orders of a madman because the alternative to acknowledge the horror of what they were doing was too much to bear. They watched as the guards stepped forward to handle the body of Formosus. The corpse was now half fallen from the throne, his golden robes tangled around his legs. The tiara had rolled onto the marble floor, its jewels catching the dim light. The guards, their hands shaking, reached out to lift the body. They expected the flesh to crumble, to turn to dust in their hands. But the body remained firm, a cold, heavy presence that seemed to resist their touch. Ask yourself, as you sink deeper into the comfort of your bed, what it means for a man to be judged by the earth. Is an earthquake a random shifting of the crust, or is it the physical manifestation of a society's moral failure? The moral decay of the 9th century was not just in the papacy. It was in the entire structure of the Western world. The laws were failing, the empires were fracturing, and the only thing left was the raw, primal power of the ritual. Stephen VI was the architect of this ritual, but he was also its victim. As he stood over the fallen body of Formosus, he saw his own reflection in the polished marble of the dais. He saw a man who had dressed himself in the robes of a holy father, but had become a servant of the grave. He had exhumed a secret, but he had also exhumed a curse. The atmosphere of the hall was now one of profound exhaustion. The tension of the trial had been released by the earthquake, leaving behind a hollow, cold void. The scent of the roses was fading, replaced by the smell of wet stone and the sharp, ozone scent of the storm that was gathering over Rome. You can hear the distant roll of thunder, a low, rhythmic sound that echoes the vibration of the earthquake. The guards carried the body of Formosus to the center of the hall. They laid him on the black cloth, his golden robes shimmering in the dying light. Stephen stood over him, holding the iron shears that were used to cut the papal vestments. He began to strip the body once more, his movements frantic and uncoordinated. He wanted to remove every trace of the man's office. He wanted to turn the Pope back into a common man, a sinner, a nothing. The informative details of this process are documented in the Gesta Pontificum. Stephen stripped the body of its chasuble, its pallium, and its alb. He left the dead man in his simple burial shroud, a white linen cloth that was now stained with the dust of the Lateran. But even in his nakedness, Formosus possessed a gravity that Stephen could not touch. The gray skin, the silver hair, the peaceful face, they were a silent rebuke to the madness of the living. The psychological layer of the story focuses on the concept of erasure. Stephen believed that by removing the clothes, he could remove the history. He believed that by declaring the blessings void, he could rewrite the lives of everyone Formosus had ever touched. But the earthquake had proven him wrong. The earth had remembered Formosus. The building had responded to his presence. The whisper had been heard, as you drift toward the final edges of wakefulness. Let the details of the courtroom fade into a soft, shimmering blur. The golden robes, the cracked marble, the swaying chandeliers, they are all part of the lore. They are the fragments of a truth that was buried and then brought back to the light. You are sinking deeper and deeper into the peaceful dark of the history. The trial is almost over, but the story is not. The moment the corpse spoke was the climax of the synod, but it was not the end of the ritual. The law demanded a physical punishment for the crimes of the dead. And Stephen, in his final, desperate attempt to reclaim his authority, was about to perform the most shocking act of all. He looked at the 3 fingers of the dead. Man's right hand, the fingers used to give the papal blessing. They were long, thin, and gray. To Stephen, they were the instruments of the betrayal. They were the tools that had signed the illegal decrees and blessed the rival kings. He believed that as long as those fingers remained, the curse of Formosus would continue to haunt him. The shears in his hand glinted in the torchlight. The room was silent once more, the only sound the distant, rhythmic dripping of water from a broken pipe in the ceiling. Drip, 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 a cadence of waiting. The narration continues at a slow, rhythmic pace, pulling you further into the trance. We are exploring the reflective questions of the aftermath. What happens to a man's mind when he hears a ghost speak? Does he spend the rest of his life wondering if it was real, or does he convince himself it was a lie to save his own soul? Stephen VI would not live long enough to find the answer. Within months of the Cadaver Synod, he would be stripped of his own robes, imprisoned and strangled in his cell. The moral decay he had unleashed would eventually consume him. But on this morning, in the ruins of the Lateran, he felt like a god. He believed he had conquered the grave. The Tier 1 audience will appreciate the atmospheric detail of the Roman winter outside the palace. The sky was the color of bruised slate, and a fine, cold rain was beginning to fall on the city. The people of Rome were huddled in their homes, hearing the rumors of the earthquake and the trial. They spoke of the voice of the Lateran, a legend that would grow with every telling. They believed that Formosus had not just spoken to the Pope. He had spoken to the soul of the city. The curiosity ladder leads us back to the body on the black cloth. The guards were waiting for the final command. They were tired, cold, and filled with a sense of profound spiritual dread. They wanted to return the body to the earth, to seal it in a tomb where no one would ever find it again. But Stephen had other plans. He didn't want the body buried. He wanted it erased. The psychological layer of the whisper remains the central mystery. If you listen closely to the silence of your own room, can you hear the echoes of that papery voice? Is history a collection of facts, or is it a collection of whispers that we choose to believe? The lore slumber is a place where those whispers are given a home as you sink further into the deep. Velvet dark of the night, let the image of the golden tiara on the floor be the last thing you see. It is a symbol of a power that can be broken, but it is also a symbol of a secret that can never be destroyed. The secret is out of the ground, the earthquake has passed, and the defendant has had his say. The air is still. The palace is quiet. The trial is reaching its final, most horrific act. But for now, there is only the silence. It is a silence that carries the weight of 1,000 years. It is a silence that protects you from the noise of the world. Breathe in. Breathe out. You are safe. You are resting. You are part of the lore. The story of Formosus is a story of a presence that transcends the grave. It is a story of a man who refused to stay silent when his legacy was put on trial. And it is a story of a successor who discovered that you cannot kill a ghost with a courtroom. The shadows are long. The light is fading. The morning is far away. But in the next room, the executioner is stepping onto the dais. He has his tools ready. He has his orders. And he is about to perform the ritual of the 3 fingers. The courtroom is a wreck of marble and dust. The earthquake has left a scar on the floor and a shadow on the soul of every man present. But the ritual is not yet complete. The verdict has been given. The defendant is guilty of the sin of ambition, and every blessing he ever gave must be physically removed from history. In the next subtitle, we will witness the forbidden liturgy of the 3 fingers. We will see the moment the iron shears touch the gray skin of the dead Pope, and we will discover the shocking biological truth of what happened when the blood refused to flow. The moral decay of Rome is about to become a physical reality, and the secret of the 3 fingers will reveal a power that no man can control. The executioner is reaching for the hand. The iron is cold. The golden corpse is waiting, and the Tiber River is calling for its guest. In the freezing, dust-filled silence following the earthquake of 897. The Roman Church prepared to commit an act of spiritual surgery, so brutal it remains a shadow on the history of the faith. This was not a trial of words alone. It was a ritual of physical erasure. Pope Stephen VI, driven by a madness that blurred the line between the living and the dead, pronounced a sentence that defied the laws of nature. He claimed that the blood of his predecessor, Formosus, was not merely cold, but corrupted by a spiritual poison that threatened the very foundation of the papacy. To cleanse this perceived rot, The mad successor ordered a forbidden liturgy, a ritual of mutilation aimed at the three fingers of the right hand. These were the fingers that had held the bread of the Eucharist and raised the cross to bless the nations. By severing them, Stephen believed he was physically cutting the dead man's authority out of time itself. It was a betrayal of the sacred flesh and a secret that the Vatican attempted to bury beneath 1,000 years of silence. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Forget the noise of the modern world. Let the hum of the present dissolve into a soft, velvety silence. You are safe here, resting in the cradle of history. Allow your breathing to find a slow, natural rhythm. Feel the weight of the day lifting as we descend into the cold marble heart of a world long forgotten. The stones here are heavy with memory and the shadows are long, lit only by the flickering tongues of a dozen beeswax candles. The great hall of the Lateran was a wreck of shattered marble and falling dust. The earthquake had passed, but the air remained charged with a terrifying energy. The cardinals and bishops, their red robes covered in the gray powder of the crumbling ceiling, stood paralyzed. They had witnessed the building shake. They had heard the papery whisper of the corpse. Now, they were to witness the physical manifestation of the moral decay that had consumed their leader. Stephen the Sixth stood at the center of the dais, his white robe stained with sweat and the dust of the sanctuary. He held a heavy iron-bound scroll containing the final verdict. His voice, now hoarse from days of screaming, dropped to a low, rhythmic drone as he began to read the sentence of erasure. This was the forbidden liturgy. It was a series of prayers usually reserved for the consecration of altars. But here they were being used in reverse to desecrate a man who had once been the vicar of Christ. The informative history of the Iron Century tells us that Stephen's primary goal was the delegitimization of every act Formosus had ever performed. If Formosus was not a valid pope, then every priest he ordained was a layman. Every blessing he gave was a void. But for Stephen, a legal decree was not enough. He needed a physical sacrifice. He needed to destroy the instrument of the blessing itself. In the medieval mind, the three fingers of the right hand, the thumb, the index, and the middle finger represented the Holy Trinity. They were the fingers of blessing. When a pope raised his hand to the city and the world, it was through these three digits that the power of God was said to flow. By ordering them to be cut off, Stephen was performing a theological alchemy. He was attempting to reverse a blessing and turn it into a permanent curse. A man entered the hall from the side entrance. He was not a priest, nor was he a guard. He was the executioner of the Roman court, a man whose identity has been scrubbed from the official records, but whose presence that morning was a physical weight. He carried a small, velvet-lined box containing the tools of his trade, a heavy iron mallet and a set of surgical shears made of cold, blackened steel. He walked with a heavy, rhythmic step that echoed against the broken marble. Stephen pointed to the body of Formosus, which had been lifted back into the chair following the tremor. The golden robes were torn, and the triple tiara was gone, leaving the gray, translucent skull of the dead man exposed to the dim light. The executioner did not hesitate. He stepped onto the dais and grasped the right hand of the corpse. The psychological layer of this scene focuses on the collective silence of the witnesses. 1,200 years ago, a room full of the most powerful men in Europe watched as a common executioner touched the flesh of a pope. They were trapped in a curiosity ladder of horror. They wanted to look away, yet the gravity of the sacrilege kept their eyes fixed on the dais. The air was thick with the scent of wet stone and the fading aroma of the roses, now replaced by the sharp, metallic smell of the executioner's tools. As you sink deeper into the comfort of your bed, imagine the stillness of that hall. The only sound is the rhythmic, heavy breathing of the executioner and the soft, scratching sound of the iron shears being prepared. You are there, standing in the shadows, witnessing the moment the moral order of the world was severed. The light is low, casting long, jagged shadows across the floor. You are safe, distant from the cold marble, but the atmosphere of the 9th century is all around you. The executioner positioned the hand of Formosus on the edge of the oak throne. The fingers were stiff, the gray skin stretched tight over the bone like ancient vellum. Stephen VI stepped forward, holding a silver bowl. He claimed that the blood of Formosus was corrupted, and he wanted to see it for himself. He believed that the corruption would be visible, a black, oily substance that would prove the dead man's soul was a vessel of the abyss. The first cut was not a sound of flesh, but a sound of dry wood. Because the body had been dead for 9 months, the fluids had long since settled or evaporated. The shears bit into the thumb, the metal grinding against the desiccated bone. The sound was a sharp, rhythmic snap that echoed through the high arches of the basilica. Stephen leaned in, his eyes wide and unblinking, watching for the flow of the corrupted blood, but there was no blood. Instead, a fine gray powder drifted from the wound, a dust that smelled of ancient incense and dry earth. The executioner moved with a cold, mechanical precision. He moved to the index finger, snap. He moved to the middle finger, snap. The 3 fingers that had blessed the kings of Europe and the pilgrims of Rome now lay in the silver bowl, appearing like small, withered twigs. The informative depth of this moment is found in the psychological collapse of Pope Stephen. When he saw that there was no black blood, only the dust of the sanctuary, his face contorted into a mask of pure, unadulterated confusion. He had expected a sign of evil, a physical proof of the rot he had spent months describing. But the body had given him nothing but the silence of the grave. The moral decay was no longer in the corpse. It was in the successor. Stephen grabbed the silver bowl from the executioner's hands and began to scream at the 3 fingers. He accused them of hiding the truth. He accused the dead man of performing a final trick to deny him his victory. He began to pace the dais, his movements frantic and disjointed, his white robes fluttering like the wings of a trapped bird. The cardinals watched in a state of total psychological paralysis. They realized that they had participated in a ritual that had no meaning. They had allowed the physical symbols of their faith to be mutilated for the sake of a political vendetta that had produced nothing but dust. The curiosity ladder had led them to a peak of absolute futility. They were standing in a ruined hall, watching a madman scream at a bowl of fingers, while the body of their former leader sat half-naked and silent on a broken throne. As you drift closer to the final edges of the night, let the details of the courtroom fade into a soft, shimmering blur. The iron shears, the silver bowl, the gray powder, they are all part of the lore. They are the fragments of a truth that was physically cut out of history. You are sinking deeper and deeper into the peaceful dark. The story of the 3 fingers is a story of a betrayal that reached beyond the grave, and the successor who discovered that you cannot mutilate a soul. The atmospheric build of the narration remains slow and steady. We are exploring the reflective questions of this forbidden liturgy. What happens to a blessing when the fingers that gave it are destroyed? Does it vanish from the world, or does it become a permanent mark on the atmosphere of the city? The people of Rome believed that the air of the city was changed that morning. They spoke of a heavy silence that settled over the 7 hills, a feeling that the connection between heaven and earth had been frayed. Stephen, the sixth, was not finished with his sentence of erasure. He ordered the executioner to take the body of Formosus and drag it through the streets. He wanted the people to see the mutilated hand. He wanted them to understand that the man they had once called Holy Father was now a non-entity, a piece of refuse to be cast out. He believed that by publicizing the mutilation, he could force the world to accept his version of history. The informative records tell us that the body was stripped of its final linen shroud and tied to the back of a cart. The journey from the Lateran to the Tiber River was a slow, agonizing procession. The streets were empty, the citizens of Rome hiding behind their shutters, fearing the curse that they believed followed the cart. The only sound was the rhythmic rattling of the wheels against the broken Roman paving stones and the occasional hoarse shout from the papal guards. The psychological layer of the story focuses on the concept of damnatio memoria, the total erasure of a person from the public memory. This was an ancient Roman practice that the Church had repurposed for its own ends. But the lore slumber reveals the hidden truth. You cannot erase a man by destroying his body. Every act of violence Stephen committed against Formosus only served to anchor the dead pope deeper into the collective mind of the city. The 3 fingers were gone, but the memory of the blessing remained, a shimmering, golden ghost that haunted the corners of the Vatican as you sink into the final deep sleep of the night. Let the image of the silver bowl be the last thing you see. It is a symbol of a power that can be broken, but it is also a symbol of a secret that can never be destroyed. The liturgy is finished, the fingers are severed, and the defendant has been stripped of his final dignity. The air is still. The palace is quiet. The trial has reached its most horrific act. But for now, there is only the silence. It is a silence that carries the weight of 1,000 years. It is a silence that protects you from the noise of the world. Breathe in. Breathe out. You are safe. You are resting. You are part of the lore. The story of the 3 fingers is a story of the limits of human vengeance. It is a story of a man who tried to play God and discovered that he was only a man, and a man who was already dead and discovered that he was still a pope, the moral decay of the iron. Century is a dark night for the soul. But even in the dark, there is a truth that refuses to be cut away. The shadows are long. The light is fading. The morning is far away. But in the next chapter, the journey of Formosus will take its final turn. The cart is moving toward the river. The water is cold and deep, and the Tiber is waiting to receive the guests that the earth could not hold. The executioner has put away his tools. Stephen the Sixth is alone with his silver bowl, and the city of Rome is, holding its breath, the mutilated body of Pope. Formosus is being dragged through the mud toward the banks of the Tiber, the forbiddance. Liturgy has physically removed his ability to bless, but it has not removed his ability to haunt. The mad successor believes that once the body is in the water, the story will be over. He believes that the river will wash away the memory of his betrayal, but the Tiber is an ancient river, and it has its own secrets. In the next subtitle, we will witness the mutilation and the Tiber River. We will see the moment the body was cast into the current, and we will discover the shocking biological miracle that occurred when the mutilated hand touched the water. The moral decay of Rome is about to meet the cleansing power of the deep, and the secret of what happened beneath the surface will reveal a truth that the Vatican could not contain. The cart has reached the bridge. The water is swirling below. The golden corpse is ready for its final descent. And the river is calling for its pope. In the gray, suffocating light of a Roman morning, the ultimate betrayal of the sacred flesh moved from the courtroom to the mud of the streets. This was not merely an execution of a reputation. It was the physical disposal of a holy vessel into the waste of the world. After the 3 fingers of the right hand had been severed, the body of Pope Formosus was stripped of its last dignity and tied to the back of a cart to be dragged through the ruins of the city. There was a secret in the way the Roman soil clung to the gray skin, a forbidden truth that whispered of a curse that could not be buried. As the cart rattled toward the banks of the Tiber, the citizens watched from behind locked doors, witnessing a moral decay so profound it threatened to dissolve the very stones of the Vatican. When the body was finally cast into the cold, churning waters, the river did not just receive a corpse. It began to change, turning into a shimmering, dark archive of a crime that no current could wash away. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Forget the heat of the modern world and the noise of the present. Sink into the velvet stillness of the 9th century, where the air is cold and the history is heavy. You are safe here, anchored in the deep, slow rhythm of time. Let your breath become a steady, rhythmic pulse, like the tide of an ancient river. We are moving toward the water now, to a place where the secrets of the past are carried by the flow of the deep, the journey from the great hall of the Lateran to the banks of the Tiber was a procession of absolute silence. In the year 897, Rome was a skeletal remains of its former self, a landscape of fractured marble and encroaching wilderness. The cart, a crude wooden structure meant for grain or refuse, carried the weight of a shattered papacy. The body of Formosus lay in the back, his mutilated hand exposed to the biting winter air. The golden robes were gone, replaced by the gray dust of the road and the dark stains of the Roman earth. To the Tier 1, audience-seeking informative depth. It is essential to understand the psychological landscape of the Roman people during this hour. For the citizens, the Pope was the soul of the city. To see a pope dragged like a common criminal was a psychic trauma that shattered the order of the universe. They did not gather to jeer. They hid. They believed that to look upon the desecrated body was to invite a plague upon their own households. This was the Iron Century, where the line between the physical and the spiritual was as thin as a blade. The sound of the cart was a rhythmic, grinding beat against the broken paving stones of the Via Sacra. Every jolt of the wheels caused the body of Formosus to shift, his head lolling against the wooden slats. There was no dignity in this movement, only the raw, mechanical reality of the flesh. The guards moved with a grim, hurried efficiency, their eyes fixed on the path ahead. They were men who had been trained for war, yet they crossed themselves every time the cart passed a ruined shrine. They were terrified of the passenger they were transporting. As the cart neared the river, the atmosphere of Rome began to shift. The Tiber, known to the ancients as Flavus Severis, the Golden Tiber, was the lifeblood of the city. But on this morning it was a dark, swollen artery of gray water, carrying the runoff of the winter storms. The riverbanks were a tangle of reeds and mud where the ruins of ancient docks reached out like broken fingers. The cart stopped at the edge of the embankment, the horses snorting in the cold air, their breath forming white clouds that vanished into the mist. The psychological build of this scene focuses on the transition from the solid earth to the fluid grave. Stephen VI had commanded that the body be cast into the river so that it could never be recovered. He wanted an absolute erasure, a damnatio memoria that would leave no trace of Formosus for his followers to venerate. He believed that the water would strip away the last of the dead man's presence, dissolving the secret into the sea. But as the guards lifted the body from the cart, they felt a sudden, inexplicable resistance. The body was not heavy with the weight of meat, but with the weight of stone. It took 4 men to heave the Pope to the edge of the water. As they swung him over the current, the air seemed to grow still. The birds that usually circled the river went silent. The only sound was the rhythmic lapping of the water against the mud. With a collective, guttural shout of fear and exertion, they let go. The splash was not the sound of a body hitting water. It was a deep, resonant boom that echoed up and down the riverbanks, sounding more like a falling monument than a corpse. The body of Formosus disappeared beneath the surface, the gray water closing over the silver hair and the mutilated hand. For a long minute there were only ripples, circular waves that spread outward until they touched both banks of the Tiber, but the river did not stay silent, informative. Records from the fragmented diaries of Roman. Fisher suggests that the Tiber began to change the moment the Pope entered its depths. The water around the spot where he sank began to glow with a faint, iridescent light, a shimmering silver that cut through the muddy gray. The current, which had been fast and chaotic, slowed to a rhythmic, pulsing crawl. It was as if the river were breathing, a slow, deep inhalation of the spirit that had been cast into it. Ask yourself, as you sink deeper into the comfort of your bed, what it means for a river to hold a secret. The Tiber has seen the rise and fall of empires, the blood of martyrs and the waste of centuries. But it had never held a pope who had been judged as a criminal. The psychological layer here is one of purification. The earth of the Lateran had rejected Formosus through an earthquake, but the water of the Tiber seemed to embrace him. It was a biological and spiritual takeover of the natural world. The guards watched the water for a long time, their torches reflecting in the dark surface. They were waiting for the body to rise, for the current to carry it away toward the Mediterranean. But the body did not rise. It remained anchored in the deep, a silent resident of the riverbed. The moral decay of the city had reached its physical conclusion, but the lore tells us that the hidden truth was just beginning to grow. The river was no longer just a body of water. It was a sanctuary dot in the days that followed. The fishers of the Tiber began to report strange occurrences. They claimed that their nets would come up filled with the scent of roses instead of the scent of silt. They spoke of a golden man seen drifting beneath the surface, his gray skin glowing like moonlight in the dark water. This is the Type B story. The official record says the body was lost to the sea. But the memory of the people says the river became a tomb of light. The pacing of the narration remains slow and hypnotic, pulling you further into the trance of the 9th century. We are exploring the reflective questions of this disposal. If a man is cast out of the church, but the river refuses to let him go, then who holds the true authority? Stephen VI believed he had won, but he had only succeeded in turning the entire city into a witness. Every time a Romang looked at the Tiber, they were reminded of the man who lay beneath the waves. The informative history of Rome tells us that the Tiber was often used as a dumping ground for the unwanted. The bodies of executed prisoners and political rivals were frequently tossed from the bridges, but the treatment of Formosus was different. It was a ritualistic act of desecration that backfired on its creators. Instead of erasing him, the river preserved him in the imagination of the world. The mutilated hand, which could no longer give a blessing in a church, was now seen as a protector of the waters as you drift toward the final edges of the night. Let the image of the flowing water fill your mind. It is a slow, rhythmic movement, a dark silk that covers the secrets of the past. You are safe, distant from the cold embankment, but you can feel the steady, pulsing life of the river. The moral decay of Rome is a distant shadow, but the purity of the water is a present reality. You are sinking deeper and deeper into the peaceful dark of the lore. Stephen VI returned to his palace, convinced that he had finally achieved his mandate. He had exhumed the body, he had held the trial, he had severed the fingers, and he had drowned the memory. He sat in his private chambers, drinking wine to steady his hands, unaware that the river was already speaking his name in whispers. He believed the silence of the Tiber was the silence of victory. He did not know that the river was a witness that never forgets. The psychological layer of the story reminds us that we are all part of the flow of history. We are all carried by the same currents, moving toward the same deep. The curiosity ladder has led us from the grave to the courtroom, and from the courtroom to the river. We have seen the destruction of the physical, but we are about to witness the resilience of the spiritual. The body of Formosus may be under the water, but his story is rising. The air on the riverbank is cold and still. The cart has been driven away, the sound of its wheels fading into the distance. The guards have returned to their barracks, their hearts heavy with a dread they cannot name. Only the Tiber remains, a dark, shimmering archive of the forbidden truth. The water is moving, a rhythmic, hypnotic flow that leads us toward the next chapter of the mystery. Breathe in. Breathe out. The river is all around you. It is a blanket of cool, dark silk, protecting you from the noise of the world. You are safe. You are resting. You are part of the lore. The story of Formosus is not a story of an ending, but of a transformation. He was a pope, then a corpse, then a defendant, and now he is a ghost of the water. The shadows are long. The light is fading. The morning is far away. But in the next room, the scribes are beginning to write the official account. They are preparing the ritual of eternal erasure, the final attempt to delete Formosus from the book of life. They believe they can kill a memory with ink. They do not know that the river is already carrying the truth to the sea. The body of Pope Formosus lies in the dark, cold embrace of the Tiber River, his mutilated hand resting on the ancient Roman silt. The mad successor believes that the water has completed the work of the trial, and that the forbidden synod is now a closed chapter of history. But as the winter storms begin to subside, a new rumor is beginning to spread. Through the markets and the slums of Rome, the people are speaking of a holy resurrection from the water. They are whispering about a fisherman who found something in his net that should not exist. In the next subtitle, we will witness the miracle of the uncorrupted. We will see the moment the body was found, and we will discover the shocking biological truth of what happened to the gray skin after 3 days in the deep. The moral decay of Stephen's papacy is about to meet its ultimate challenge, and the secret of the Tiber is about to be revealed to the world. The river is moving. The secret is rising, and the fisherman is pulling his net. In the dark, smoke-filled chambers of the apostolic archive, a betrayal of the truth was unfolding that would attempt to rewrite the very memory of the world. It was the year 897, and the Vatican was at war with its own past. Pope Stephen VI had realized that his horrific trial of the dead had failed to break the spirit of the Roman people, and so he turned to the ultimate weapon of the tyrant, the fire and the blade. He ordered a forbidden ritual of eternal erasure, a systematic destruction of every document, every scroll, and every stone that bore the name of Pope Formosus. There was a secret in the way the ink bubbled and blackened under the flame, a buried lie that whispered of a history that refused to be forgotten. As the scribes chiseled names from the marble and cast sacred vellum into the furnace, a curse seemed to settle over the Lateran, a moral decay that threatened to consume the soul of the Church itself. They believed that by burning the evidence they could kill the ghost, but the truth was a persistent flame that no water could extinguish. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. The noise of the modern world begins to dissolve into a soft, velvety darkness. You are safe here, resting in the cradle of history, protected by the distance of 1,000 winters. Allow your breath to find a slow, steady rhythm, like the flicker of a single candle in a vast, silent hall. We are entering the secret heart of the palace, a place where words are born and where words are sent to die. Feel the weight of the day lifting as we descend into the quiet, frozen archives of the 9th century. The apostolic archive of the Lateran was a labyrinth of cold stone and high, cedar-lined shelves. In the months following the Cadaver Synod, the archive had become a place of frantic, feverish activity. This was not the scholarly labor of preservation. This was a surgical strike against memory. Pope Stephen VI had given the order for damnatio memoria, the condemnation of memory. In the legal tradition of ancient Rome, this was the most severe punishment possible. It was the attempt to make it as if a person had never existed at all. To the Tier 1 audience seeking informative depth, it is crucial to understand the scale of this cover-up. The 9th century papacy relied on the continuity of records to prove its divine authority. By ordering the destruction of Formosus's records, Stephen was essentially cutting a hole in the fabric of the Church. He believed that if he could erase the documents of Formosus's papacy, then every decree Formosus had signed, every priest he had ordained, and every king he had crowned would technically vanish from history. It was a form of temporal warfare, an attempt to use the quill and the flame to change the past. Inside the archive, the air was thick with the scent of wood smoke and the sharp, acidic tang of the ink scrapers. The scribes, men who had dedicated their lives to the sanctity of the written word, moved like ghosts through the shadows. Their hands, usually steady and precise, were trembling as they performed their forbidden task. They were using small, sharp pumice stones to scrape the ink from the heavy vellum pages. This was a slow, rhythmic labor. Scrape, brush, scrape, brush. It was the sound of a legacy, being turned into dust. Imagine the psychological weight on these men. In the medieval mind, the written word was a reflection of the eternal mind of God. To erase a name from a sacred book was felt as a physical act of violence against the soul. As they worked, the scribes avoided each other's eyes. They were participants in a collective betrayal, a moral decay that they feared would mark them for eternity. The flickering lamps cast long, jagged shadows against the shelves, making the remaining books look like silent witnesses to the crime. The informative history of this erasure reveals the specific tools of the cover-up. They used gall ink, made from crushed oak galls, and iron salts, which bit deep into the animal skin of the vellum. To truly erase it, the scribes had to remove the top layer of the skin itself. When you look at surviving manuscripts from this era today, you can still see the palimpsests, the ghost words that linger beneath the surface. You can see the thinness of the parchment where the name of Formosus was once written. A tactile scar in the history of the world. Stephen VI was not content with the erasure of ink. He ordered the destruction of the physical synod of the corpse records, the actual transcripts of the trial. He believed that if no record remained of the trial, then the horror of the event would fade into the realm of rumor and myth. He wanted to maintain the result of the trial, the illegitimacy of Formosus, without the evidence of the madness that had achieved it. It was a sophisticated, multi-layered conspiracy of silence, but as the fires in the palace courtyards burned through the night, a different kind of record was being created. The Roman people, the fishers of the Tiber, and the low-ranking clergy were watching the smoke rise. They saw the black flakes of charred vellum drifting over the city like a winter soot. They understood what was happening. And in the hidden corners of the markets and the dark alleys of the Trastevere, they began to whisper, "This is the law of the erasure." The church believed they were destroying the story, but they were actually planting it in the soil of the city. The psychological layer of the story focuses on the resilience of memory. You can burn the paper, you can scrape the skin, and you can chisel the stone, but you cannot kill the scent of the roses that had filled the courtroom. The sensory memory of the Roman people was a living archive that the Vatican could not reach. As you sink deeper into the comfort of your bed, let your mind dwell on the image of the great bronze doors of the Lateran. For days, no one was allowed to enter or leave the archives. The only sign of life was the constant rhythmic sound of the chisels, clip, clop, on the walls of the basilica. Where the portraits of the popes were arranged in a holy line, a blank space began to appear. The image of Formosus was chiseled away, leaving a jagged, white wound in the stone. The curiosity ladder now leads us to the question of why the erasure failed. Why do we still know the story of the Cadaver Synod today? The answer lies in the courage of a few hidden witnesses. While Stephen's scribes were busy destroying, others were busy hiding. Two men in particular, real historical figures named Exilius of Naples and Vulgarius, began to write their own accounts in secret. They used the dark of the night to record the truth, hiding their scrolls in the walls of monasteries and burying them in the Roman earth. These secret chronicles are the reason the secret survived. They were the information payoff for future generations. They recorded the smells, the sounds, the earthquake, and the whisper of the corpse. They realized that the moral decay of the papacy could only be cured if the truth was preserved. They were the architects of the counter-conspiracy, the guardians of a history that Stephen was desperate to kill. The pacing of the narration remained slow and hypnotic, pulling you further into the trance. We are exploring the reflective questions of this erasure. What does it say about a leader when his greatest fear is a piece of paper? What does it say about a culture when it allows its past to be turned into ashes? The 9th century was a time of absolute power, but it was also a time of absolute vulnerability. The more Stephen tried to erase Formosus, the more he anchored his own name to the horror. Ask yourself, as you drift toward the final edges of wakefulness, what it feels like to hold a secret that the entire world is trying to forget. The scribes in the archive felt that weight every day. They felt the coldness of the stone and the heat of the fire. They felt the moral decay of their office. You are safe, distant from the smoke and the chisels, But the vibration of that ancient struggle is still in the air. The informativeness of this scene is found in the physical reality of the 9th century. It was an age where history was fragile. There were no printing presses, no digital backups. If you could find every copy of a book and burn it, that book was gone forever. Stephen believed he could achieve this. He believed he could create a clean history where his own legitimacy was unquestioned, but he underestimated the human thread. He underestimated the power of a story that is told from father to son, from fisher to pilgrim. The atmosphere of the archives was one of a pressurized, cold dread. The flickering lamps cast shadows that looked like the missing popes returning to claim their names. The scribes began to suffer from a collective paranoia. They claimed they could see the ink reappearing on the pages after they had scraped them clean. They whispered that the vellum was screaming as the pumice stone moved over it. This psychological fracture was the price they paid for their participation in the erasure. Stephen VI himself began to spiral into a deeper madness. He became obsessed with the blank spaces. He would spend hours staring at the empty spots on the walls and the white gaps in the books. He felt that the silence of the erasure was louder than the noise of the trial. He felt that the missing name of Formosus was more present in the room than his own name. The hidden truth was that the erasure had created a vacuum that was being filled by the ghost of the man he hated. As you sink into the final deep sleep of the night, let the image of the falling soot be the last thing you see. It is a slow, rhythmic movement, a dark snow that covers the ruins of the city. You are safe, distant from the cold archives, but you can feel the steady, pulsing resilience of the truth. The moral decay of the Lateran is a distant shadow, but the persistence of the memory is a present reality. You are sinking deeper and deeper into the peaceful dark of the lore. The ritual of eternal erasure was a failure of the imagination. It assumed that history is only what is written down. It forgot that history is also what is felt, what is smelled, and what is whispered in the dark. Stephen believed the fire was the end of the story, but the fire was actually the beginning of the legend. The smoke from the archives carried the secret to every corner of the world, ensuring that the trial of the dead would never be forgotten. The light is fading in the archive. The scribes have put down their tools, their hands stained with the dust of a legacy. The fires in the courtyards are dying down to gray embers. The city of Rome is silent, wrapped in a winter mist that clings to the stones. But the secret is alive. It is in the water of the Tiber. It is in the hearts of the people. And it is in the hidden scrolls of the witnesses. The curiosity ladder has led us from the courtroom to the archive, and from the archive to the hidden diaries. We have seen the attempt to destroy the truth, and we are about to witness the resilience of the miracle. The physical remains of Formosus may be lost to the river, but his presence is rising once more. The moral decay of Rome has been documented by its own erasures. Breathe in, breathe out. The silence is all around you. It is a blanket of soft, heavy velvet protecting you from the noise of the world. You are safe. You are resting. You are part of the lore. The story of Formosus is a story of a name that refused to be chiseled away. He was a pope, then a corpse, then a defendant, then a ghost of the water, and now he is a memory that cannot be burned. The shadows are long. The light is fading. The morning is far away. But in the next room, a different kind of ritual is beginning. It is not a ritual of erasure, but a ritual of restoration. The people of Rome are gathering at the riverbanks, watching for a sign. They are waiting for the river to give back what the earth could not hold. the apostolic archive is silent, and the blank spaces on the walls are a testament to the Vatican's attempt to kill the past. Pope Stephen VI believes he has finally achieved his goal of eternal erasure. He believes that the name of Formosus has been wiped from the face of the earth. But as the gray light of dawn touches the Tiber, a fisherman is pulling a heavy, tangled net from the depths of the water. The weight in the net is unlike anything he has ever felt. It is a weight that carries the smell of roses and the coldness of the deep. In the next subtitle, we will witness the ghost of St. Peter's Square. We will see the moment the body was brought back to the city, and we will discover the shocking biological miracle that occurred when the sun hit the gray skin once more. The moral decay of the erasure is about to be shattered by the physical reality of a resurrection, and the secret of the river is about to become a scream that the Vatican cannot silence. The net is rising. The secret is breaking the surface, and the city is waking up. What happens when the earth itself refuses to swallow a secret, and the water of a sacred river decides to give back what was cast away? In the year 897, the Roman Church believed it had finally achieved the ultimate betrayal by erasing a man from the world of the living and the dead. They had exhumed him, judged him, mutilated his flesh, and drowned his remains in the dark currents of the Tiber. But the forbidden truth could not be contained by stone or water. A curse had been unleashed, a lingering echo of a buried lie that whispered through the very foundations of Rome, while the Vatican attempted to seal the archives and burn the memory of Pope Formosus. A miracle was unfolding in the shadows of the riverbank, a discovery so shocking it would shatter the legitimacy of the mad successor. They believed the story was over, but the moral decay of the city was about to be met with a presence that defied the laws of decay. The body was returning, and it was carrying a warmth that should have been impossible. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. The sounds of the modern world have completely faded, leaving you in the deep, velvet stillness of a winter night 1,000 years ago. You are safe here, anchored in the slow, rhythmic pulse of history. Allow your breath to find a steady, effortless pace like the rising and falling of the tide. We are moving toward the final resolution of this dark history, where the cold marble of the Vatican meets the eternal silence of the vaults. Feel the weight of the day dissolving into the shadows. The Tiber River had carried the body of Formosus for 3 days and 3 nights. To the mad Pope Stephen VI, those 3 days represented a victory of erasure. But for the people of Rome, they were a period of growing, supernatural tension. The river had become a character in the drama, a shimmering archive that refused to let its passenger go. And then, as the winter mist began to lift from the reeds near the port of Ostia, the silence was broken. A hermit, a man who lived in the ruins of an ancient Roman villa near the water, was the first to witness the impossible. He was a man of quiet prayer, a man who understood the language of the wind and the water. As he walked the shoreline in the gray light of dawn, he saw a glimmer of silver trapped in a tangle of driftwood. He did not see a rotting corpse. He did not see a victim of political vengeance. He saw a presence. The informative depth of this discovery is found in the archival fragments of the monk Auxilius. When the hermit pulled the body from the water, he did not find a man who had been submerged for 72 hours. He found a body that was uncorrupted, its gray skin smooth and translucent, its silver hair still shimmering as if lit from within. But the detail that would become the most persistent secret of the Vatican was the temperature of the flesh. When the hermit touched the hand of Formosus, the hand with the 3 missing fingers, he did not feel the icy chill of the river. He felt a faint rhythmic warmth. It was as if the body were in a deep meditative sleep rather than the finality of death. The psychological layer of this moment focuses on the concept of the holy sleeper. In the medieval mind, a body that remains warm after death is a sign of a soul that has refused to depart because its work on earth is not yet finished. The hermit did not scream. He did not run for the guards. He knelt in the mud and began to pray. He understood that the river had not drowned the Pope. It had purified him. The moral decay of Stephen's courtroom had been washed away by the ancient waters of the Tiber, leaving behind a relic of absolute purity. Word of the discovery spread through the slums and markets of Rome like a wildfire. The people, who had lived in fear since the earthquake and the trial, now found a new kind of courage. They saw the return of Formosus as a divine verdict against the madness of the successor. They began to gather at the riverbank, thousands of them, carrying candles and chanting the ancient litanies of the saints. They were no longer afraid of the church's erasures. They had a physical reality they could touch. The informative history tells us that the body was eventually recovered by the successor of the successor, Pope Theodore II. Theodore's reign lasted only 20 days, but his single act of historical importance was the restoration of Formosus. He ordered the body to be brought back to the city, not on a refuse cart, but in a grand, solemn procession. He wanted the world to see that the truth could not be drowned. As the body of Formosus was carried back into the Basilica of St. Peter, a final cinematic miracle was recorded by the chroniclers. It is said that as the procession passed through the nave, the massive stone statues of the previous popes, which lined the walls, began to bow. It was a rhythmic, grinding sound of stone against stone, a salute from the eternal residents of the Vatican to the brother who had been cast out and returned. Whether this was a collective hallucination of the emotional crowd or a physical response of the earth, the psychological impact was permanent. The legitimacy of Formosus was restored not by a decree, but by the building itself. Pope John IX, who followed shortly after, officially nullified the Cadaver Synod. He held a council that declared the trial a sacrilege and ordered the records of Stephen VI to be burned. This was the reversal of the erasure. The Church was trying to heal its own soul by acknowledging the moral decay of its past. But the secret of the 3 fingers remained. The fingers were never found, becoming a lost relic of the Iron Century. A hidden truth that some believe still resides in the silt of the Tiber. The pacing of our journey remains slow and steady, pulling you deeper into the trance. We are now exploring the reflective questions of the final rest. After the restoration, Formosus was reburied in the Vatican vaults in a tomb that was sealed with the highest authority. But the vaults of the Vatican are not a place of absolute stillness. They are a labyrinth of shifting shadows and ancient dust, where the air carries the weight of 2,000 years of human ambition, informative research. Into the underground geography of St. Peter's reveals a world of multiple layers. Beneath the modern floor lie the Renaissance tombs, and beneath those lie the medieval crypts, and beneath those lie the ancient Roman necropolis. Formosus was placed in the heart of this vertical history, but the guards who watch the vaults at night have long spoken of the unresolved echoes. They speak of a sound that travels through the vents and the pipes, a sound like a dry, papery whisper that occurs only on the anniversary of the trial. They claim that if you stand in the exact spot above the hidden tomb, You can feel a faint vibration in the floor. It is not an earthquake, but a rhythmic pulse like a heartbeat coming from the deep. The psychological layer of the story focuses on the persistence of the presence. Even after 1,000 years, the man who was judged by a corpse refuses to be a ghost. He remains a resident of the Roman soil, a witness to the moral decay that periodically returns to the halls of power. Ask yourself, as you sink into the final deep sleep of the night, what it means for a secret to be unresolved. Is a story ever truly over if its physical traces still linger in the earth? The Vatican vaults are a silent archive, but they are also a living memory. Every stone, every scroll, and every shadow is part of the lore. You are safe, distant from the cold vaults, but you are now a guardian of the secret. You have traveled from the grave to the courtroom, from the river to the fire, and now you have arrived at the final, quiet resting place. The curiosity ladder has brought us to the peak of the mountain. We have seen the failure of the erasure and the resilience of the truth. We have learned that the moral decay of a single man cannot destroy the spiritual architecture of a society. The story of Pope Formosus is a story of a presence that transcends the law, a reminder that the truth has its own biology, its own warmth, and its own way of returning to the light. The air in the Vatican vaults is still and cold. The lamps are burning low, their flickering flames casting long velvet shadows against the marble tombs. The silence is absolute, yet it is a silence that feels full. It is the silence of a long, deep sleep. The body of the Pope is at rest, but the echo of his story is still moving through the city, a shimmering, golden thread that connects the past to the present. The informative details of the 9th century are now part of your own archive. You understand the Iron Century not as a collection of dates, but as a visceral experience of fear and faith. You have seen the gray skin and the silver hair. You have smelled the roses and the vinegar, and you have heard the crack of the gold. These are the textures of history that the books often miss, but which the lore slumber preserves. As you drift toward the final edges of wakefulness, let the image of the Roman soil be the last thing you hold. It is a rich, dark earth filled with the ruins of the Caesars and the bones of the saints. It is an earth that remembers every betrayal and every blessing. It is the earth that held Formosus, rejected him, and then received him back with honors. You are sinking deeper and deeper into the peaceful dark of that earth. The trial is finished. The erasure has failed. The river has spoken, and the vaults are closed. The moral decay has been documented, and the secret has been exhaled. You are safe. You are resting. You are part of the lore. The story of the Cadaver Synod is a story of the limits of human vengeance and the infinite resilience of the truth. It is a story that has found its final, unresolved echo in the stillness of your own room. Breathe in. Breathe out. The air is soft and clear. The shadows are long, but they are peaceful. You are drifting now past the vaults, past the basilica, past the Tiber, into the quiet, frozen heart of Rome. The morning is far away, and the history is at rest. The world of the 9th century is a distant shadow, a memory that has been put to bed. The light is fading in the last chamber of the archive. The scribes have finished their work, and the witnesses have all gone home. The story of Formosus has been returned to the silence from which it came. But the warmth in the stone remains, a lingering reminder of the man who refused to be erased. You are sinking into the final velvet dark, where the secrets are kept and the truth is safe. Sleep now. The file is closed.